Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right, bud. How you doing? We just bought this car for 20 million bucks, and I think I ruined it. I wide-bodied it, and then I increased the rigidity, and it's not very good. Maybe it wasn't very good at all, but I mean, I should have tried racing it the way it was before I did the other things. Oh well. So we got some new weekly challenges that I haven't done yet. I'm gonna see what they are. Thanks. I didn't really put a whole lot of effort into it. Just yeah. It is whatever. So we get a 6-star roulette ticket for winning one event. We get 200 grand for 3 events. And we get a 6-star roulette ticket for a car. We win all 5 events here. What do we got this first one here? What is this? 3 laps. No restrictions. Oh, it is a restriction. Do I have this car? I do have this car. Does the car have anything? It's got racing medium tires. What?
You streaming next week?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I'm just doing whatever. You know, if I stream every day, I don't know. It gets boring, maybe. Stream once in a while. This car is maxed out. I don't even remember buying this thing. I don't know what I got here. But all right. It's only got 200 horses, 200 for the top speed. I'm gonna give it a 240. 511 performance points, eh? 3 laps. All right, let's give her the Renault. Oh, I need dirt tires. Yeah, I mean, I tried cooking liver and rice. She was throwing that up. I tried cooking chicken and rice. She was throwing that up. I mean, she drank some water from one of the ponds up here, and, you know, there must have been some bacteria in it because she had, like, bad diarrhea for a week. And then I finally got her on some expensive canned dog food, which she's eating, but I can't give her too much at once. So, you know, it is what it is. But she's doing a little better. But yeah, no, she's doing a lot better, actually. Tires. Dirt tires. What racetrack is this? A one-make race. Circuit de Barcelona. Rally course, rallycross. All right, I don't know this track, but let's see what we get. We're gonna get a ticket for this one. Figure that my car's maxed out. It should be better than the other cars, so I'll win, probably. This is a pretty brutal little car, though. I don't know what the hell. I don't even remember buying this thing, but I had to probably buy it for one of the races at some point. Let's give her a little nitrous to get her going. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have. All right, here we go, man. Whoa, where are we going? Helps if you know the track.
What you eat for dinner?
I had a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich with some tomato soup with oregano and basil. There was a sale at the supermarket on bacon. Like, packs of bacon are usually like $7 for a pack of bacon, but they had bacon packs for $1.50. So I bought 12 of them. I got 12 packs of bacon for fucking $18. Like, score, right? And they had half price on burgers as well. So I got like a $20 pack of burgers for fucking $9. Well, I was all right with that. Stocking up on shit, man. But I'm gonna be eating lots of bacon, lettuce, tomato sandwiches and bacon cheeseburgers. Oh, I better get going here.
Drinks.
No, not any drinks. I'm not drinking anymore. I asked my family doctor for ecstasy. He says that's illegal, and I said, well, yeah, but there's got to be a legal version of it out there, right? He's like, well, I can get you some MDA if you want, and I'm like, okay, I'll try that. So he gave me a prescription for MDA. So I've been taking that the last couple of days. It's been fun. I can get some MDMA as well, but that'll be like in 2 weeks. So yeah. Canada's fucking hilarious. People are allowed to fucking buy cocaine now from the fucking pharmacy. It's just, I don't know, man. You can get cocaine, you can get MDMA, you can get fucking fentanyl, heroin, whatever the fuck you want, man. Drugs aren't illegal in Canada anymore. I'm not trying fentanyl, no fucking thanks, man. I had a brother who got all fucked up on that, so he's got no teeth and everything, he's all fucked right up. But a little ecstasy, a little love drug, man, yeah. I'll have some fun with that. So I just took a little MDA, which will take about an hour or so before it kicks in, because I've just taken pills. But, yeah, I'll be a little bit more focused in an hour. I get it for free, you know, like, I don't even have to pay for it. Like okay.
Have you tried stop smoking?
Yes and no. I mean, I don't know, man, like, with the fucking head injury and whatever the other shit, the dementia setting in, like, even when I quit smoking, I forget that I quit smoking, you know what I mean? It's fucked up. So, it's a pain in the ass to make any progress with, because even though you quit for like a month or so, you just forget, and then you just start smoking all over again. Alright, we got a 6-star roulette ticket. But, you know, the way the world's going, I'm thinking, you know, death might not be a bad idea in the next couple of years. I don't think I want to be around in 2 years. Fuck. Oh, God. What do we got here? All right. Nuremberg, 1 lap. No performance points? Restrictions? Oh, it has to be a German car. Okay. But there's no restrictions. I mean, the 918 is pretty much a kick-ass car for that. Especially with nothing on it. I mean, of course, this thing's going to just smoke everything, right? What about my other McLarens? What about that one I just bought? The one I just bought is not a German car? I got this Mercedes AMG for my birthday. It's cool that at least Gran Turismo gives you a birthday gift once in a while. So what do you think? Should we go with the 918 or the Carrera? The 918 is all-wheel drive, and Carrera's mid-engine rear-wheel drive. Oh, I'll go with the Carrera. Looks like that's maxed out. I haven't drove this much. Oh, it's got to be 700. Okay, that's different. Maybe the 918. Yeah, not a bad idea. Except they've got like this huge ass volcano which is gonna swallow their whole island. You know, there is that. 270 top speed. Alright, let's see how this thing does. Hope it doesn't rain on my ass. If I remember correctly, this single lap race is a rainer. But I haven't drove this car in a while. I think the 918 has better handling though. I think this one's faster though. It's a tough call. Ooh. I like the sound of this. It sounds pretty hot. I wonder what car I'm gonna win. Ooh. No. I don't know if I keep crashing. I'll put that Porsche into the grass. I don't know how long it's been since I did a live stream. Maybe a week? A few days? Oh, there is rain on this one. Shit. I should have taken the four-wheel drive. There, see that rain coming in? Maybe it won't be heavy rain. Hopefully.
So how was your day today?
Been pretty good, really, you know. I mean, I got up early, I went down to the hospital there, did some CT scans and shit. On the way home, I went to the lake with my dog for a bit, and grabbed some groceries on the way home. I got to race my car up the hill, which was a lot of fun. I don't usually get to race my car much, but like on this mountain road, there's never any cops, right? I mean, it's a really windy mountain road, right? So you're really working through the 6-speed close ratio manual, and you're running 4,000 or 5,000 RPM in the corners. It's a lot of fun, I have to tell you. You know. Yeah, so I had a fun drive home, and yeah, just kind of bummed around, made a bit to eat, and yeah, you know, enjoying myself as much as I can. You know, this is my first, just started playing games here. It's kind of starting to get dark. I put a blanket up over the double-doored windows here, over the French doors that go onto the patio. So it's not totally dark in here because I still have another window, but it's dark enough where I can see what I'm doing, racing with the projector, right? So it's okay. In about an hour it'll be darker and then I'll be able to see better. Well, yeah. Having a pretty good day. You know, trying this MDA has actually been kind of fun. I haven't done any of that shit since I was in my 20s. But, I don't know. I get a free supply of fucking MDA from the pharmacy. No. No, we don't use food stamps. That's an American thing. In Canada, they don't have food stamps. They give you good old Canadian dollars. I don't know. Everything for my medical is free. All my prescriptions, even hospital services, like the CT scan I did on my brain today. I have no idea what that would cost in America, but I imagine it wouldn't be cheap. But it was free for me, so. I don't know. And there was no issues, like it just taking a look to see, you know, how things are progressing. Because, I mean, your brain cells will reproduce, so there's a chance that I could be recovering, right? So, you know, if I eat a good solid diet and I'm recovering, that would be good to know. Or if it's getting worse, that's also good to know. So I can kind of plan ahead. But I'll find out here next week what the results are of that. Strangely though, this MDA has actually improved my eyesight. It's improved my hand-eye coordination and my reflexes. So that's interesting. You know. But I think the MDMA is more fun. That's the love drug. It'll put me in a better mood. So, and you just take it in really small quantities, really. Right? You're not going to be all fucked up on it. But you just take it in small quantities and it puts you in a happy mood. Is kind of my logic behind it. So, yeah. I haven't tried it around anybody, so you're the first bit here that I'll be around somebody, or I can talk to somebody while I'm on it and kind of review that. See how that goes. But, you know, I mean, I'm not getting this shit from a drug dealer. It's all pharmaceutical grade right from the pharmacy, which is pretty cool. So it's rather safe that way. It's like Grand Theft Auto time, right? Which I haven't played that game in a while. I know, I should go and do a Grand Theft Auto stream at some point. Ferrari Challenge, 700. Five laps. Which one of these should I go with? I got a lot of Ferraris here, man. I don't remember buying this thing. Well, I must have had to buy it probably for one of the menus, probably. I got the $20,000 Ferrari right here. Or we could have some fun with the FXX. I'm not sure which one's better, actually. The LaFerrari, the FXX, or the Italia. I'm going to take this one. All right, 5 laps. We get 200 grand for this one.
You should move to America.
I don't know, man. Like, I'm watching the news, dude. Like, all the stores are getting robbed everywhere. You know. It's kind of, it doesn't look very safe, I tell you. Everything's closing. You know? All the gangs are just like literally going in shoplifting the shit out of New York City. I don't know, it doesn't look very safe, you know? And I mean, like, I don't know. I think there's just too much of a gang culture in that country that I think they really damage their, international, the way people look at that country at an international perspective. It's just too many gangs, too much violence, too much crime. As a Canadian, I'm thinking to myself, well, yeah, there's 10 Americans with guns for every Canadian. And, when they run out of shit down there, they're going to come up here and start robbing our stores, that's what I'm starting to think, Yeah, no offense or anything, but I mean, like, yeah, I don't know if you watched the news lately. I don't think it's good for their, public image. Well, it's such a wealthy country, too, With all that money they spend on their military, they could have done a lot with their own country's infrastructure, or manage the homelessness, education, healthcare. America could have, $1 trillion a year spent on the, on American people, right? Infrastructure, homelessness. I mean, they could do a lot with that, but they're all spend all their money on military, right? They're too busy meddling in everybody else's stuff, business, and they're not even minding their own. So I don't know. Not my country, but hey, man, I'm not saying mine's any better. Justin Trudeau's a fucking idiot, man. If I ever see him in real life, I'm gonna punch him in the face. That guy's a fucking dick. Just, he has no clue what he's doing, And our prime minister, like, the guy literally doesn't have a clue about how to make money or invest money or anything. He just prints money in Canada and then spends it. Like it's a piggy bank. He doesn't know how to make any money. He didn't do a single thing to invest into the Canadian economy in the last 8 years. All he's done is just print money whenever he wanted some. So, yeah, our inflation is shit now. Our country's just gone to shit. But it's not like it isn't recoverable either, though. We've got a lot of resources in Canada, so if we start exploiting that, we'll bounce back real quick. But I'm just looking at our last investment. We spent $34 billion on a pipeline that only cost $5 billion. So what happened to the other $29 billion? Nobody knows. This $29 billion just disappeared. Yeah, great. Whose pockets did that go into? So, yeah, the Canadian government is garbage right now. But within the next 6 months, that's going to change. But it doesn't mean that we haven't got a whole shit ton of problems to deal with, even once it changes. So, it's going to take probably 4 or 5 years for the Canadian government to bounce back. And that's if they get on top of it right away. But the way politics usually goes, the new guy will walk in, he'll see what a shit show it is, and he'll just go and pay himself as much money as he can and get out. Care about himself, not anybody else. And this guy who's, running in politics against Justin Trudeau, well, I don't think he's any good either, honestly. All he can do is shit talk. He doesn't have anything. He's not presented any type of plan other than the other guy's a piece of shit. So I'm better than him because I'm not as big of a piece of shit. There's not much of an argument for running for the president of a country, to be honest. So, Canadian politics has gone to crap. Uh-oh. I ruined my car. They're just as bad. I mean, Australian politics is pretty awful too. You know, I'd go to New Zealand. Like, that's one of the safest countries to go to in the world. That's where all the billionaires are going. They go to New Zealand. You know, but I mean, I've been looking at cheap places too, like the Philippines and Thailand. I just, you know, at this point, I'm just gonna have to stay here in Canada. It's probably the best place anyways. May not be great right now, but in the long run, it's probably still the best place. Got lots of fresh water, lots of space per person, still a relatively low crime rate. You know, you don't feel as trapped, you know, like even in Canada, I wouldn't go live on Vancouver Island just because Vancouver Island is the same thing. Once you're on the island, everything costs more over there, and if you have to get off the island, it may not be as easy as you think. You know, you get a warrant out for your arrest, you're stuck. You can't get off that island anymore. And it's a small space, so you're a lot easier to find. But in the mainland, there's lots of places to go. You know, whether you go to the Yukon or the Northwest Territories or, you know, even Alaska doesn't sound that bad. You know, like if I was going to go to America, I'd probably go to Alaska. Yeah, I got a ticket in my pocket. Draws tomorrow. It's funny, actually. I bought a lottery ticket in April for my birthday, and I won. But I only won like another ticket, right? And then you know, every time I play, I keep getting another win. So I've won like 8 times in a row now. I just keep winning a ticket or enough money to buy another ticket. So I just keep playing, right? With the initial ticket that I bought back in April, I'm still playing on it because I keep winning with it. I figure sooner or later maybe it'll give me a real win. So I forgot all about it, and I had the ticket in my pocket. I went and got some gas the other day, and when I was paying for the gas, I found the lottery ticket. And I said, all right, we'll check this, and I won again. Well, I got another ticket. We'll see what happens tomorrow. You know? It would be awesome. Yeah. You know, if I won the lottery, I'd probably buy a nice yacht, but I wouldn't put it on the ocean. I pick one of the larger lakes here in British Columbia, and I just put it on the lake. You know, well, the good thing about a yacht is that it has everything in it, right? You know, you got your furniture, you got your internet, you got all your appliances. It's mobile to some degree. You know, with a hydroelectric system, you can use basically the lake your yacht is sitting in gives you all your electricity. You know what I mean? It's kind of an all-in-one survival package to some degree. And being that you can move around, if somebody's chasing after you, you can move around. And it's a small enough space, you can defend your yacht. You can see people coming, kind of thing, right? So, yeah. Nothing major, though, like maybe spend $1 million on a yacht. Kind of a power boat thing, but I would use it as a hydroelectric boat. would be the way to go. Just use hydrogen fuel cells, electric motor, and then you don't have to worry about paying for gas or anything. And that covers all your electricity, so you don't have to worry about utilities or anything either. Well, there's a lake out here called Lake Okanagan. It's pretty big. There's lots of people that live on it with houseboats and stuff. It's a pretty big lake. And then you don't have to worry about property taxes and that shit either, right? Which is another thing that I'm noticing right now, like in the US and in Canada, property taxes just going through the roof, you know? All of a sudden you own your house, but your property taxes are starting to work out to about the same amount of money as paying rent, you know? And then all those HOAs or whatever, you know, you're in some community fucking bullshit. You might own your house and you own your land, but some community board or whatever starts finding you for parking your own car in your garage kind of thing. And then they put a lien on your house if you don't pay the fine. And then they sell your house out from under your ass. You know? So I mean, there's a whole pile of crap that goes along with being a property owner too now. So I'm not really that too keen on that either. You know, where a yacht, it's bought and paid for. You don't have to pay any property taxes. You know what I mean? I mean, sure, you might have to pay for maintenance, but on a freshwater lake, you won't have to pay for as much maintenance as you would if you were on the ocean, right? So, yeah, it's pretty crazy, but that's probably what I'd be doing if I ever won. I have a quick smoke break here. But even 20 years ago, I was looking at some pretty nice yachts for 700 grand. So there are some pretty nice ones. But for $1 million, that doesn't even get you an 800 square foot apartment in Canada. And even that, you pay $1 million, then you got this stupid mortgage that you got to pay, then they got to pay the condo fees, then you got to pay your property tax, then you got to pay all your utilities. It costs you just a small fortune, and you get fuck all for it. You're living in a building where all your neighbors are drug dealers. It's not that great. So, yeah, I would definitely buy a yacht. And maybe a little piece of land somewhere with a dock and a little fishing cabin. In case I ever wanted to get back on the land, I could park the boat and then just go and chill out in the fishing cabin for a while. You know? But something small that wouldn't cost fuck all in property taxes and be away from everything. And then I build a fucking war bunker under it. Probably. But all things considering, that's assuming I'd even be able to live long enough to enjoy the money. Which I probably wouldn't, so having the yacht would probably be a great investment, because at least that I'd be able to enjoy it, you know? But I wouldn't be out buying myself no fucking Lamborghini or nothing.
Have you went to casino and tried to win big money?
No. I've been to the casinos, but I never win at the fucking casino. That's all just a scam. Nobody wins at the casino, man. House always wins. $580 or less, 1960 or older. Oh. What happened to my old ass Ferrari? Well, I got this old ass Ferrari, but what about my older Ferrari? 1960 or older. I'm sure that was older than 1960, that Ferrari, wasn't it? This Porsche is older than 1960? There's a Pantera. 580 though, this is what I'm thinking, you know, like that's gonna be I'm not sure what to pick here. You know. This is 659, I don't think I've done anything to this. Well, it's got racing tires on it, so you gotta get it down to 580. $589. Huh.
Cyberpunk so much, I just wish they release more DLC.
Yeah, man, like for real. Like they gotta do something. It needs more, like, you know, like open world content, you know? 3 laps. Okay, we're trying out this. I don't think I've ever drove this car. 3 laps. Ooh, and it looks like it's rainy. You used to be able to check the weather. Oh, there it is. Okay, so that's what we got for weather. I'm zooming out here. I don't know, that weather looks like it's just cruising. Or is that just me? Look at this. I wonder if I should start off with rain tires or not. Because if I just race the whole thing with rain tires, then I can get more horsepower in the car. Hey, how's it going, Toys? Good to see you again, bud. Alright, let's try this thing. Whoa. Sounds good. I like the sound of this. I mean, maybe I should have taken the Pantera. It might have been better. I didn't check what my speed's at. But my top speed there is 200. Let's do something about that. I forgot to adjust that. Alright, this should make it a little faster. There we go. Oh, that didn't go good. No. Well, there's no vehicle damage. I did not like that when I hit the brakes. But I was punching the nitrous. I see rain coming in. I mean, I could have taken my Shelby Cobra. But 580, as far as speed goes, I don't know. or for performance points. Well, I haven't drove this car either, so I think I got this with one of the menus as well. We're just burning through these weekly challenges, though. I think this is what, weekly challenge number 5? Number 4? We got one left after this. I am 18 seconds behind. We're still on the first lap. This is a 3-lap race. Oh yeah, I'm gaining 14 seconds. I'll probably be in first place before the end of this shit. Yeah, I'll be in first by the end of the second lap. It's not very fast with 580 performance points, so I tell you, it's tuned all the way down. And you got nitro too, so some of these weekly challenges are just too easy. But I like this week because we get roulette tickets. When it just gives you money, that's one thing. I'm really kind of pissed that I screwed up my McLaren though. I spent 20 million on it and I wrecked it. Oh, why is this doing this to me? Can't seem to make that turn very well. Well, we're in 4th place now. I thought my other Ferrari was older than this, so I don't know why. Maybe it had to be a 1960 car instead. Because I have a $20 million Ferrari, which is an older one. Which would have been a lot better of a car. It wouldn't let me pick that car though for some reason. So. This is the Magnum PI Ferrari. There's first and second place right in front of me. They look like they're almost pulling away.
I love your dog named Sasha.
Yeah. Yeah, she had a really good time hanging out at the lake with me today. You know, she kind of waded in a little bit and came and sat on the sand and sat there in the morning at like 9 a.m. I took some videos and whatnot. I think I'm going to get myself a camera that I can clip onto my glasses, and then I'll be able to live stream on Facebook, I think, when I'm driving up and down the mountain. When I'll be able to live stream cruising around in my car. I'll be able to show people where this little town and the ski resort and stuff. Even when I'm out going for walks and stuff. Or if I'm at the pub, I can live stream at the pub. You know, right? Because the camera will clip into my cell phone. And I can probably go live on YouTube or on Facebook with it. And that would be kind of cool. There's a little spy store in Kelowna, which is about an hour drive from here. And I go over there and see if I can find a camera that I can do that with. I don't know if anybody would watch any of that shit, but I think it'd still be cool. That Countach is giving me a run for my money. I have the Countach too. I could have used that. But my little car is like, it's actually not that fast, you know, but you still running the RPM really high.
You should move to Denmark.
Yeah, that'd be all right. But honestly, man, like the whole world's fucking, it's a train wreck. Everywhere I look is just a fucking nightmare. Canada's actually not looking that bad. You know, with all the wars that are going on, all the economies that are crashing, I think I'm just gonna stay where, somewhere that's familiar. You know what I mean? I'm just, the way the world is right now, I think moving anywhere is a big gamble. You know? Because you're just not familiar with everything from the culture to the laws to the resources that are available to you. Where here in Canada, I know what I have available, you know, with my health care, and I know what cities are safe and what cities are not. You know, I know the different laws depending on what province you're living in, all that stuff, right? You know, some countries you say the wrong thing and they'll throw you in jail for what you said. You know, so yeah. Like you go to Amsterdam and you start talking politics, you can get in trouble over there for that. I think. That Ferrari seemed to do okay. You know, I mean, I only crashed it twice, I think.
They don't like politics.
Yeah, lots of places. Like, that's what I mean. Like, you know, I mean, if you grew up there, you're part of the culture, you know it, you're accustomed to that. But being a tourist, you know, especially me, you know, my big fucking mouth, I'm sure I get myself in some trouble. You know, it's like if I go to China, I'm sure I'd end up in jail. For sure. But you can buy a nice house in China for $5,000, I'll tell you that. Whether it'll fall apart in 2 years or not is a whole different story, but you can still get a nice house for cheap. You know, you can buy a whole apartment building in China for $100,000. All right, what do we got here? 15 laps, 8 times gas, 800 or less. This is Sardegna. Ah, well then. See, this is the car that I just totally, I just ruined this. I bought this $20 million car, I wide-bodied it, and then I increased the rigidity. And it's not a very good car anymore. It does not like me. I don't know how this thing is on gas. No nitro. I don't know how this is on gas, so I'm gonna go with medium. High RPM. All right. We're a little under the 800, but I think we'll be all right with this McLaren. I mean, the other McLaren is better, for sure. And the other one's way better on gas, too, but let's try this one. Let's see what the challenge is like. Make sure we're on lean before we start.
What's your favorite food to eat in Canada?
I'm pretty big on pizza. I like pizza because of how diversified it is. You know what I mean? You can change the toppings on a pizza. It's not always the same. So, yeah, with pizza, yeah, definitely a pizza fan. Like, I worked in a pizza restaurant when I was a teenager, you know, and I tell you, eating pizza every day for 6 months, it does kind of lose its flavor, but, you know, that's where I started adding hot peppers and other things. Like, I could take Parmesan, and you put Parmesan on top of the cheese, and then you sprinkle garlic on the pizza crust, and when you bake it, the Parmesan gets, like, crispy on top of the cheese, so you get like a crispy cheese, and then with the hot peppers, it opens up your taste buds, and you get some good flavors in there. But that's, you know, things you do when you start losing the flavor, and you get, because if you eat pizza every day, after like 3 months, 6 months, it starts to all just taste like grease. You know. But yeah, being able to change your toppings, right? Sometimes it's Italian sausage, sometimes pepperoni, sometimes ham and pineapple, whatever. But yeah, you know, being able to change the pizza is good. And pizza isn't, you know, it can be classed differently too. Like, essentially, you could make a sushi pizza, right? So your pizza dough becomes the seaweed, and then your toppings are your sushi toppings, right? And now you've got sushi. But it's a pizza. So pizza is just a really diversified food. So that's why I like it. But I've enjoyed cooking as well. Started to like having a kitchen this last couple of weeks has been nice. The last place I was at, it didn't really have a proper kitchen. So here I've got a full kitchen, which is great. So I'm enjoying cooking. But I can't believe the price of chicken. Fuck me, man. I went into the store to buy some chicken. It was like $50 for like 6 breasts of chicken. I'm like, what the hell? And it's frozen too. It wasn't even fresh chicken. It's like $50, man, for 6 chicken breasts. I'm like, it's like almost $10 for a chicken breast. I don't know. I'm just scratching my head. I don't understand. Because you can buy a whole fucking chicken for $15 that's already cooked. Right? Those rotisserie chickens that are already pre-cooked at the store, you buy them for $15. So how the hell are 6 chicken breasts $50 if it's like, you know, and they're frozen? So yeah, not too impressed with that. So I don't have any chicken, but I got lots of other stuff. But I do have a craving right now for a chicken Alfredo linguine with some garlic toast and fresh Parmesan, baked with mozzarella cheese on top. Yeah, I got a craving for that. But I also got mad trying to buy, I bought some salmon too. Like, you used to be able to get 4 salmon fillets, it would be like $8 at $2 a fillet. Then I go in, and now the fucking 4 salmon fillets are $16. It's double the price. I'm like, what the hell is going on? You know, I bought them anyways because I haven't had any salmon in a while. But I regret it, you know, because I'm sure if I had shopped around, I could have got like a better deal. But I went to the store specifically for salmon that day. And yeah, so yeah, the groceries in Canada are all fucked up. Literally, these grocery stores are just straight ripping people off because I know it's not costing that much money. They're all making record profits off of propaganda, is what they're doing. You know, it's all just total bullshit right now. Is what it is. So, I think Canada should just go and buy these grocery stores and just fucking tell them to screw right off. You know, and put the prices back to normal. Because just the sheer level of greed that's going on is just total bullshit. And the major grocery stores are price fixing together. So you got the two major chains are literally price fixing groceries so that they don't compete with each other and so that they can both make record profits. So that shit's going on with our groceries in Canada. But now with this new bird flu bullshit coming out, beef is going up in price, chicken is impossible to buy. You know, it's starting to get stupid. I go to a fucking McDonald's now, it costs you $23 for a fucking Big Mac combo. You gotta be out of your goddamn mind. You know? Forget it. I'm not paying $23 for a Big Mac and fries. Forget it. No. Same with gas. We're paying $10 a gallon at this point. And we've got the world's third largest oil supply.
Use microwave.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah, I hear you, man. Well, I'm running this car in lean mode. But if I got 3 laps and I'm on lap 4, that means I still have to pit twice. So if I have to pit twice, then I should just run this in power mode. We'll see what we get for mileage now. .283 is my top speed. Holy crap, man. I just went through a whole pile of gas right there. Oh, and this guy's ahead of me still. Alright, Supra. Says I got 2 laps. I don't know if that's telling me the truth or not. Still doing okay, 1.8 laps. Yeah, I might get 2 laps out of this. No, I did not do very good on that turn. Didn't take any damage though. The tires aren't looking that great. .3 laps. 1.2. 1.1. Going back to lean. One lap. Yeah, it's going to be tight. We'll be pushing fumes coming around for the pit on this next lap. Unless I drive it nice and casual. Oh, but I'm getting a good lead here now. Saying 7.7 laps. I'm going to probably run out of gas before I finish this lap. 0.6. 0.5. Oops. I'm not paying attention to the turn again. I don't know why I've crashed every time on this fucking turn. It's not like I haven't raced this track a whole shitload of times. I'm just getting distracted, I guess. .3. I don't know if my gas mileage is much better whether I'm on lean or not. I'm going to be pushing fumes coming around this corner up here. We'll be just running out of gas as we hit the pit. I got a 32-second lead though. Yeah. I guess that might. I'm looking at my tires there. They're pretty worn out, pretty good. This McLaren's better than the $20 million one.
You like potato chips?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's like one of my favorite snacks, man. That is my favorite snack. All kinds of chips, man. Like chips and salsa with cheese, nachos, to salt and vinegar, all dressed, dill pickle, sour cream and onion, ketchup. Oh yeah, give me chips any day. You eat too many chips though, you burn your tongue off. You burn the top layer of your tongue. Especially if you eat a lot of the salt and vinegar ones, which is what I do. I eat a lot of salt and vinegar chips. They used to be like 99 cents for a 200-gram bag, and now they're $1.50. Inflation my ass. Like literally, it's one potato to make a bag of chips. Pretty much, you know. Like, you know, they slice it so thin, it literally is one potato to make a whole bag of chips. Even a one potato rarely weighs 200 grams, you know. Talk about profits. Yeah, there's massive profits in potato chips. Oh, I only got a 3-second lead here. But I got 5 laps on my gas. I'm going to lap 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we pit again. 13, 14, 15. So I go into power mode after the next pit. So I get a free car for this race. I don't know what I'm going to get though. It's a ticket for a free car. I hate it when it gives me a car that I already have. Or I keep getting invites for cars that I already have. I'm like, really? But I suppose if you win a car that you already have, you can always just sell it. But still. Kinda, you know, it is what it is. It's too bad that they didn't put $500,000 races on every track. Because I'd certainly have a lot more fun with the game, racing all the other tracks more often. I mean, do you own a house in the U.S.?
You stream on weekends.
I just kind of stream whenever, you know. I just stream whenever, honestly. Sometimes I feel like if I stream every day, then I don't get as many views. But maybe if I stream maybe twice a week, I might get more views. I don't know. You know, it's like I haven't had a donation on the channel in forever, so YouTube's not promoting it or anything. So, yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? YouTube doesn't promote anything, but I still get on a daily basis around 500 to 1,000 views on my channel. The people that are just watching videos that I've posted, I guess, in the last couple of years. So, I mean, I still get views, and I still get ad revenue from all the videos. I got 1,300 videos up, so... And a lot of the videos are things that you can watch more than once. I guess the downside is, though, I didn't do really many infomercials, which I really should have. You know? So... hopefully we'll get a new game out. Like, you know, I mean, obviously, Grand Theft Auto 6. Well, we're gonna jump on that. Hopefully, you know, I can do okay with that when it comes out. But so far, I haven't seen much. I mean, there was a game that came out this month. I haven't played it yet. On PlayStation, what's it called? It's like a cyberpunk type game. I don't know what it's called. Blade Shooter or something. I downloaded it, but I haven't played it. But it was one of the free monthly games we got. And it doesn't look too bad. I really have to go in and take a look at that. I forgot what it was called now for some reason. A 15-second lead. I got 3 laps. Excuse me. So we do have to pit one more time. Tires are looking good. And they're reading 2.8. Lap 10. Punch it through the straight.
You take a nap.
I did this afternoon. Yeah. I got up at like 5 a.m. this morning, you know? I had to be at the hospital for 8. So I was up early. I woke up too early and I didn't want to go back to sleep. So, yeah. And then I came home, I guess around 1 o'clock. I had some lunch and took a nap till about 3. And then I sat around watching the news. Took the dog for a walk. Started playing some vids. Wasn't sure what I wanted to play, whether I wanted to play some Battlefield or some Gran Turismo, but I guess today we got our new weekly challenges. So, I decided Gran Turismo it is. Let's do the weeklies. See what we win this week. All right, one more lap
Do you shower night or morning?
in the morning. Definitely in the morning. Sometimes both, actually, but depends on how I'm feeling. And I know if I have a shower at night before I go to sleep, I can drain my ears out sometimes. You get a lot of fucking earwax built up. And when you're sleeping, it can just drain right out. But in the daytime, it doesn't usually drain out. That's one of the benefits of showering at night. I don't know why I mentioned it, but I used to listen to a lot of loud music, and I damaged my ears quite a bit. So yeah, I get quite a earwax buildup in the eustachian tubes between your sinus and your ears. And it's good to drain that sometimes. But you have to be really relaxed. And if you're awake, it tickles. So you end up, you end up stopping it from draining. Your muscles will contract or whatever. But if you're sleeping, it usually just happens quite naturally. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago, one of my ears had drained out in my sleep, and I freaked out when I woke up in the morning. Thought my dog took his shit on my pillow, and that I had been sleeping in it. But no, it was earwax. I had to throw the pillow out. It was bad. I got a 50-second lead. We got 3 laps. We can do 3 laps. Hopefully I won't run out of gas. 3 laps in power mode.
You shower your dog too?
She doesn't like it. So I used to, but now, I just take her to the lake and she'll go swimming, and that usually does the job. Or, she'll sit out on the patio in the rain, and she likes that too. And that cleans her up, keeps her fur nice and soft. But yeah, I used to actually, I kind of used the bathtub. I use the bathtub. I train my dog to use the bathtub in case of an emergency, if she has to take a shit or if she's going to throw up, like when I'm asleep or something and she can't get outside. So she'll go and use the bathtub. So she doesn't want to go in there for a bath or anything, right? Because she shits in it. So yeah, she goes to the lake, or she'll sit on the patio in the rain. She seems to like that for some reason. I actually have to get her to, I have to talk her into coming inside. She's sitting out there completely soaked, just sitting on the patio in the rain. Like, what are you doing, You're all wet. But her fur gets really soft. The rainwater's good. Rainwater is better than the lake water. Well, we're reading 4.7 laps. And a 30-second lead. Running with the McLaren GR3. 4.2 laps. Whoa. Which I'd have to say, between lean and power mode, I'm not getting much of a big difference in the gas mileage. Because I think when I was filled up on gas, it only had 5.8 laps. So yeah. When I was like in lean mode. All right, we're coming up on the final lap. I really do like the McLarens. They've all been pretty good cars. Except for the $20 million one. I'm sure that $20 million McLaren was probably a better car if I didn't wide body it or stiffen the rigidity. But I was stupid. I should have drove it before I did those things to it. But when I wide-bodied it, it increased the performance points, so I just thought I was making it better. And then when I stiffened the rigidity, it decreased the performance points. So, I don't know. I think when it comes to the $20 million cars, you don't want to mess with them. You just kind of leave them the way they are. And another thing I don't get is if I wanted to buy a new body, it costs $24 million. I'm like, why? I could buy a new car for 20. Why would I pay $24 million to replace the body on the car? To reset it and not just buy another car, right? Because I could sell the one that I have and I'll probably get $10 million for it, right? So it only costs $10 million to buy a new engine and new body for the car, as opposed to, you know, spending $24 million. So, yeah, that makes sense. So these guys with the Gran Turismo, they don't know what the fuck they're doing with the financial system in this game. It's just, you know, they don't know basic math. I don't know, there's something wrong with them. Whoever's in charge of the financial system of this game should be fired. They clearly don't understand how it affects the way people play the game. All right. So, now we got a 6-star vehicle ticket. Yes.
You do laundry at home.
Yep. I do. Oh, actually, I have it in the building. It's not in my suite. Usually I have it in my suite, but yeah. But they've got the laundry rooms next to the hot tub and everything, so it's not like it's far. It's like 10 feet away, so. And it's funny, there's only one other person living in this building. So me and one other guy are the only people living in this building. So, yeah. It's kind of nice having the whole building to yourself. But it'll get busy July, August. There'll be more people here. But between April and July, the whole mountain's closed. So, there's nobody around. I have to say, though, I fucking keep running into bears everywhere, man. Jeez. Every time I walk my dog up at the pond here, there's twice in a row, a fucking bear is in the middle of my damn trail all the time. You know? I took some pictures of it. But it's literally, you know, like you're walking along and the bear is up a tree, like 3 feet away from you, and it'll just jump out of the fucking tree and land on your ass. And it was in the same tree, twice in a row now. Just hanging out. Pretending I don't see it. You know? And then same driving up the hill, there's another big black bear with 2 cubs always crossing the road in front of me. So that's, in the last 2 weeks, I've run across 5 different bears. Or, well, one bear I've seen twice. And then the family of bears I've seen once. So, but in 2 weeks, you know, 5 bears in 2 weeks, man. Kind of cool. They're not really big though. Like they're black bears. They're around 200, 250 pounds. You know? And then the cubs are just little cubs, right? But you don't want to mess with the bear when it's got its cubs with it. You don't want to be anywhere near that shit. And when you're walking your dog, if the dog's not on the leash and it gets ahead of you, it'll come running back with the bear behind it. You know what I mean? Yeah. You gotta be careful with that shit. My dog's old and slow now, so I'm usually walking ahead of the dog and she's following me. As opposed to being ahead, I'm following the dog. Just finishing up my quick smoke here. Then I'm gonna see what we won. Go and check out our roulette tickets. That, and I think I got, what, 800,000 for this race as well, which is nice. You usually don't get that much money on these weekly challenge races without it being part of the roulette ticket. But I definitely like that McLaren. It's a nice car. Yeah, I've tried it. I had a girlfriend from China. She fucking wanted me to quit smoking. So instead of buying me one of those fake vaping cigarettes, she bought 10 of them. And like 2,000 cartridges. Like, really? You know, she was rich. Just ridiculous. Like, she spent $1,000 on this shit. You know. And it was like, they were horrible, man. It was like, from China, they were like plastic to my lungs, man. My lungs got coated with this awful plastic. So I ended up giving them away. All right, let's see what we get with this. This is for parts. Give me a super high-end supercharger or turbo for a car I already have. Oh, it's giving me shitty parts. Oh, turbo kit. Oh, ooh, stage 5 weight reduction. That's good. For what? For what? Ooh, for the Bugatti. Got a stage 5 on the Bugatti. All right, we're putting that shit on. All right, let's see what kind of car we get. I don't remember which Bugatti that's for, but I think I have all of these cars. Except this one, which is actually pretty cool. Actually, no, I do have this one. Damn it. It is a good car, though. But that's like getting 500 grand. Which I'm not sure. I know I have the non-convertible version of that car. Let's see what we got here. Okay, let's go. Yeah, we'll check out the Volkswagen, see if I got a duplicate. We know that's all the way at the bottom. V for Volkswagen. See, this is the non-convertible. And there's the convertible. Same car, a GT1 Roadster VGT. One's convertible. The convertible one, though, has a cockpit view, where the non-convertible doesn't. Which doesn't make any sense to me. Why they couldn't just copy this fucking cockpit over to the other car. So I'm actually glad I got this. I am glad I got this. Well, let's go pimp this out. No custom parts. All right. I'll just leave it as is then. Can you wide body it? Not anymore. I don't drink at all anymore, man. Not since I started doing MDA. The doctor gave me MDA, so now like it just doesn't go with alcohol. MDA and alcohol just don't mix. It was like, wow, all of a sudden I just have no problem quitting drinking now. You know? I just have no desire to drink now, so that's good. That just saved me $500 a month right there. Wow, there's nothing you can do with this but tires on it. It is a good car though. But nothing. No parts, no stage weight reductions. Nothing. Not even dirt tires, nothing. This actually might be worth trying on the 600 race. I might do that. You know, roll it with some comfort tires. Try it on the 600 race. We got the power restrictor. And we got the fully customizable computer. And that's it. Well, that didn't cost much for upgrades. Now let's go put stage 5. I don't know which Bugatti that was for. Well, let's find out. Where's the Bugattis? I think it was this one. Maybe. No. Not this one.
You should get married.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I do kind of regret not getting married, to be honest. I think about it. It would have been nice to have had a financial partner in life. I don't know how we're going from A to Emma. Where the fuck did the Bugattis go? I'm sorting by manufacturer. Should be in alphabetical order. Am I not sorting by manufacturer? Bugatti. A. Abrath. Alpine. Mercedes? What? Whatever. Maybe it's this one that I got it on. Wait a minute. It's the Citroen 16 or the Veyron 16? That's a Citroen. VGT? No. It's the Citroen 16. It has a part for it. That's what it just had. When I went, it didn't say I had it. That's the Veyron. Is there a different Bugatti that I don't have here? What's the Veyron? Oh, Bugatti and Chiron. Do I not have that? Yeah, I've got this car. The Chiron 16. Okay, let's go back and find this. Where is it? The Chiron. Oh, it was the Veyron. Now I'm confused. Not the Veyron. Okay. Oh, man. The Chiron.
You should move to Mexico.
Yeah, I thought about it. Okay. We got a stage 5 on this thing, man. Now it probably hauls ass. I never even drive this car. What's my performance points at? 695. It didn't change. That's weird. I see. I can't get this to the 700 performance points without it being in intermediate tires.
Happy early Memorial Day, BTW.
Yeah. Let's try this thing out. 330, huh? Racing intermediate. 700, huh? I hate how all of them have the same blue interior. You know? Every one of these Bugattis has the same interior. Let's see how it does with a stage 5 weight reduction. Well, it's tuned right down. You know, and it's okay on this track to race with racing intermediate the whole way through because it rains after the second lap, usually. Right? Oh my god. I don't even get 2 laps out of it. Hold on a second. In lean mode, what do we get? And this is tuned right down. Am I gonna get 2 laps? Maybe. I don't know. I might even change the speedometer on it. I don't know what we'll get to at top speed. 330 seems a bit high. Well, we'll find out in the straightaway. Oh yeah, okay, I'm getting 2 laps out of it. I got a feeling even if I went in power mode, I'd probably still win if I had to pit even every lap. See if we get over 330 with this thing. Oh yeah, we are too. $340. No, I don't. We don't actually have many Spanish people in Canada for some reason. I don't think they like the cold. You know? Although we have people from Trinidad and Jamaica and stuff here, but not many Spanish people. We still have some, but not very many. Yeah, this car's hauling ass. It's stage 5. Yeah, I'm already in first place. Yeah, that weight reduction's pretty good. But I'm 1.3 laps. I'm not even going to get 2 laps out of it. I don't think. I'm not. Seriously, I'm gonna have to pit every lap. Yeah, I'm at 1.1 laps, which means I'm gonna have to pit. So I'm gonna go power mode. I'm gonna have to pit every lap with this car, which is crazy. And look at my tires. Holy crap. Yeah, I have to pit anyways, just because my tires are burnt out. This is not really a 700 performance points car. I should probably just race this on 800s. Because it looks like you need racing hard tires. And if I have to pit every lap, That means, yeah. So I can't even put racing hard on this. These tires are just destroyed in one lap. See if we can even win if we have to pit every lap. Because I would need a 35-second lead on each lap to make the pit. But if I'd have ran it in power mode from the very beginning, I'd probably have that 30-second lead. Well, look at those tires, man. They're just done in one lap. That's because I'm playing with rain tires on dry roads. Which is all I got.
I was your first member on your channel.
Were you really? I can't remember that far back, man. I don't know. I mean, I've been streaming since 2010, right? But I only had the channel up since 2019, I think. Like the channel. We only actually went and built the channel in 2019, but when I went to build it, I already had like 600 videos sitting there on YouTube. And when I go and look, it says my first upload was in 2010, which is crazy. That's 14 years I've been a content creator on YouTube. And I certainly haven't tried very hard. You know. You know, like if I'd actually tried really hard and made infomercials and stuff where people were searching for information about the games and things, then yeah, my channel would be doing a lot better. But I had the wrong computer for this right off the bat. I still can't even figure out how to dick around and do voiceovers on my fucking videos. You know? And you keep screwing around with all the settings all the time in the computer. Because the fucking MacBook Pro won't let you use the fucking mic on the computer and stuff. Or it does, but I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know, man. I guess I wasn't that good with computers.
When are you turning on the membership again?
I don't think I'm going to, you know. I mean, it's better if people, you know, just maybe donate $1 here and $1 there once in a while. This way I don't really feel obligated, you know what I mean? Like I don't have enough people that would join the membership, for one. You know? It's kind of tough. Like, if I have members, I feel obligated to produce content. Where when I'm live streaming, and somebody donates $1, you know, that's cool because, you know, I don't feel like I'm, you know, being pushed to do anything, you know what I mean? Or when people throw a super thanks on a video or something, like that's cool. I just don't know about the memberships. You know, if I had, you know, maybe 10,000 subscribers, you know, then maybe I'd have, you know, 20 or 30 members or something, right? But yeah, it's just, I just feel bad when I have, you know, members and I'm not doing anything unique or special for them. So I might do that when I get my camera. I'm gonna go here next month. I'm gonna stop off at this Spy vs. Spy store, and if I can get either a dash cam set up for my car or a wearable camera that I can clip to my glasses, which I think would be better, then I can live stream, you know, when I'm driving my real car in real life, and, you know, when I'm going to parties, or if I go, you know, out on the yacht, you know, on a boat trip or anything, or if I do long road trips across Canada when I'm moving, all that stuff I can live stream right off my cell phone. I got a better data plan on my phone now, so I've got 20 gigs of data, so I can live stream with in real life on mobile. So that would work, I think. Right? I can do 5G on my cell phone with a camera clipped to my glasses, and then you can see me when I look into the rear view mirror, right? And you can see me driving and shifting, and you can see how fast I'm driving. You can see the scenery, the mountains, everything, and the windy roads. And when I get into a car accident, that'll be live too. You know, you can see my dog hanging out over my shoulder while I'm cruising down the road. I just have to make sure not to play any music in my car so I don't get copyright strikes. That or get a USB music stick with the fucking YouTube video, YouTube music. But I don't think that'll cost much, you know. That might only be like $100 or $150 for a little teeny camera that clips on your glasses. And then it wires into your phone. I just don't know how to set it up so that the phone would use that as the camera. So hopefully I can figure that out. It'll come with an app of some sort. But I think that would be cool. It would go themed with my racing videos, right? I don't know. That's what I was thinking. I just keep forgetting to do that. I mean, I was in Kelowna last week, and I could have gone to the Spy vs. Spy store, but I didn't check anything out when I was there. I was, what did I go to Kelowna for? I went there for something. Oh, yeah, I had to trade in my controller at GameStop. So I went and got a new controller. And then I found a charger for my vacuum cleaner, so I can vacuum the dog hair out of my car now. Which I have to tell you was a pain in the fucking ass to find. You know, trying to find a goddamn Dyson charger took me 3 months to find a charger for my vacuum. And I finally found one out in Kelowna there. But I had to call like 15 different places. And the one that I found was a used charger from a repair shop. I didn't even get a new charger, I got a used one. But the guy only charged me $10 for it, and I was prepared to pay 50. So I was happy about that. But yeah, I think that would be a pretty cool addition to my channel. Because my little Honda CRZ is actually a hoot to fucking drive, man. When I put it in sport mode, it's a lot of fun. I just have to be careful not to wreck my tires, because in sport mode it fucking peels out all the time. You know? Unless you're already going. So you put it in sport mode once you're doing over 50 kilometers an hour, and you punch it into sport mode, and then you're okay. But going from 0 in sport mode, the thing just fucking burns your tires. It's crazy. Like, I'll drive down the hill, and the bottom of the hill, it tells me I got 1,000 kilometers range on the car, and I've only put like $50 gas in it. You know, because you're not really using any gas going down the hill, right? So it gives you longer range. But in general basic driving, I get about 800 kilometers to $50 gas. in normal driving. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty awesome race coming up the hill. But I'm confused with my car stereo. Like, it'll use a USB stick, right? But I've tried using my hard drive and it won't accept that. And I've tried plugging my phone into the USB input and it won't accept that either. So I don't know. Well, other than just copying music onto a USB stick, this is what I'll probably have to do. So I'm not sure how to do it. To get the music from YouTube onto the USB stick, because my laptop doesn't have a USB fucking thing on it. That's what I mean, like, I'm pissed about buying a MacBook. I really want to get rid of this MacBook. And I get a normal fucking Windows gaming laptop. All the things that I want to do, I can't do with this stupid MacBook. So that is on my bucket list.
How many copyright strikes you for playing music?
Oh, fuck, I don't know, man. I've got about 800 videos that I've taken down because of the copyrights on them. So, I've got about 2,500 videos, but 800 or so I've taken down. So there's around 1,300 that I have up. 13 or 1,400, somewhere in there, of videos that I have on the channel that don't have copyright strikes on them. And then on top of that, I mean, I took down another 600 of my videos when I set up my YouTube channel, because I didn't realize that YouTube had stored all those videos for like 10 years, you know, and they're out there. And it's even funnier is there's still a ton of them that are out there on Facebook. So I don't know how the hell that happened either, but back in the day, you used to be able to stream to Facebook as well. So like, it'll come up on my Facebook page, you know, memories to look back on, and I go click on it, and there's videos from 2014 that are on Facebook of me playing Grand Theft Auto that I don't know how to get rid of. And then there's another, I think there was around 300 videos on the PlayStation Network as well that go back to 2010, 2014 area. So yeah, there's a lot of videos that are out there that I can't even find them. Like, I can find them when they pop up on memories and things like that, or if I go into the PlayStation Network. I don't know if you're still on the PlayStation Network. I think they took them all down, but some might still be there. You know, but if I was paying attention when I set up my YouTube channel, I didn't have to delete whatever it was, 600-700 videos I deleted. I could have just made them private, you know what I mean? And then I could have, you know, taken clips out of those videos and used those clips. So I totally regret deleting those ones. Instead of just taking them down, I actually deleted them. But I deleted them because I was, you know, talking about my girlfriend and all that shit back then. And my girlfriend, you know, at the time she was a spy for the Chinese Communist Party. So I had all that shit on my fucking YouTube. You know, it was not good, man. I know, I'm lucky I didn't get killed for the shit that I was saying on the fucking YouTube. Like, seriously. I can't believe the shit that I was saying in those videos. So I was like, holy fuck, I gotta delete this stuff. So I deleted everything. It took me a couple hours to go through them all and delete them all too. Fuck. Oh well. Yeah, I don't remember if I mentioned that about that girlfriend or not, but yeah. Her friends would fly in, they're billionaires from China. And she was like a taxation agent. She would go in and do tax assessments on all these multi-billion-dollar Chinese corporations. And they would bribe her, like, for every 10 million she saved them in taxes, they'd give her $1 million, right? So I got these billionaires flying in on private jets and bringing suitcases full of cash for her, right? It was fucked up, man. Like $5 million sitting in my bedroom. I don't know what the fuck to do. It's not my money. Feel like I'm gonna get killed, you know? Fucking Chinese people. Crazy girl, man. And she's over here in Canada trying to honeypot all these business owners, right? And steal like their corporate secrets and send them back to China, right? She was going to like political fundraisers trying to find rich men. You know, it was fucked up. Oh man. And she lived in Vancouver in a town called Richmond.
Black girlfriend.
I did, yeah, I had a black girlfriend. One from Fiji and another one from Trinidad. Yeah. I think the girlfriend from Fiji, she was East Indian. The one from Trinidad was a black girl. I had a Russian girlfriend. I've had a Chinese girlfriend. Yeah. You know, and of course your normal whites. The whiteys. Had a redhead. Yeah. I liked women of different cultures.
Broke up with her.
Yeah, I broke up with all of them. Some about pretty women, man, they drive me crazy. Like I'm just not mentally stable enough. Like I get all jealous and shit, man. I just couldn't handle it. The girls are so gorgeous and stuff, you know, everybody's always, you know, I don't know. I had a lot of really hot girlfriends, man. My Russian girlfriend, she had her makeup was tattooed on her face, for fuck's sakes. You know, and I met her at a modeling agency. She was the manager of the modeling agency. Yeah, Canada is real, man. Canada is for real. How's it going, Goose? Yeah, like Canada, we've got lots of different culture, right? So yeah, you can have lots of girlfriends. I have, as far as I know, I have not had a Filipino girlfriend. No Mexican girlfriends that I know of. I don't think. Or whatever. I haven't had a Filipino girlfriend or a Mexican girlfriend.
Ivan, I am coming to Canada then.
All right, man. Come on down. Or come on over. Canada is a little expensive right now, but you know, to put things lightly, it's very expensive to live in Canada. It's actually one of the most expensive countries in the world now to live in. You know, we pay roughly 60% of our income goes to taxes. That's just your income tax and sales tax works out to 60%. 64% in some provinces. So you make 100 grand, 64,000 goes to taxes. That's how fucked up it is. And then they just introduced an additional capital gains taxes, which is just another thing. So if you buy a house for 100 grand and you sell it for $1 million, like 400,000 goes to fucking taxes.
Yeah, I don't want GFS.
Like, it is crazy right now in Canada. The cost of living, we have a major crisis going on. I mean, I think it already was 64% anyways. But on top of that now, the inflation has just gone through the roof, for fuck's sake. A single person has to spend about $500 a month for groceries for one person. And that's not even splurging. That's just basic groceries. It's going to cost you about $500 a month. To go to McDonald's and order a fucking Big Mac combo is $20 for one person. If you want to supersize it, $24. I was like, you're kidding me, right? Yeah, it's not pretty right now. Like, your average 800 square foot, one bedroom apartment starting at $1 million to buy. A basic, shitty, detached house, maybe a 1,200 square foot house, will cost you starting around $2 million in Vancouver. 2 to 3 million, 2.2 million or something like that is the average for a shitty house in Vancouver. It's just like, yeah, it's insane. Can't believe I've hit every lap, and I've got a 1 minute 46 second lead on these guys. Yeah.
Have you been to a mall before?
Of course. Dude, I can't even walk in a mall in Canada without having people know me and bump into me. It's crazy. It's one of the reasons why I left all the big cities. Like, I used to work in retail, and I worked with like 60 different companies in Canada that had stores in malls. And I've met roughly 2 million people with the work that I was doing. And every 2 weeks to a month, I would move to a different city, be working with different companies with all their retail stores. And I'm meeting sales staff as well as management, owners, and all their customers. So yeah, like when I was working, I would be with a new group of customers every 5 minutes. And I'd work a 12-hour day, you know. And in a lot of cases, it was funny because I would meet, you know, somebody in Vancouver, and then next month I'd be in Edmonton, and then that same customer, I'd be in Edmonton, I'd meet them again. And, you know, people would see me, like, you know, they'd be working in the oil rigs. They'd live in one city, but be working in another. And it was the same thing. I'd be meeting people all over Canada that recognize me. And it's crazy. Like, I know so many millionaires. It's ridiculous. Like, I remember throwing away my cell phone in 2008. And in there I had probably 5,000 millionaires and about 6 or 7 billionaires in my contact lists. Same with all these hotel owners and stuff too. You know, but I threw my cell phone away. I was just going crazy. I just hated the world at that point. You know. And now, I mean, with the tourism business that I have, instead of just knowing people from Canada, now I know people from all over the world. So I'm back to around 3,000 millionaires in my email contacts that I deal with when they're traveling around the world. When they come to Canada, where I have like a international guest services business. So we just handle logistics for rich people when they come to Canada. They're going to ski resorts and stuff and heli skiing. So I kind of set that business up in 10 years ago. And I've got the same 1,000 that come back every year, which is kind of cool. But I don't typically deal with them much in person anymore. I just hire people to take care of everything for them. I just correspond with them in emails now. But yeah, you know. So it's a business that costs me nothing to own, it costs me nothing to operate, and I just keep making money off of it. And I know all I got to do is respond to email, which is kind of cool. Well, and anybody who works for me just loves the job because they get huge tips. Because all my guests are super rich and they tip huge, you know. Especially if people who are working for me are going out of the way for them, you know. Which my guys usually do, so yeah. Like some of my guests, they tip $1,000 on a $200 fare kind of thing, you know.
You should move to Los Angeles. Humans are good, they donate to government.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen Los Angeles lately. I don't even think they have any stores that are open in LA anymore. I mean, the Hollywood is all like, there's nothing open in the Walk of Fame or whatever, where all the stars are. All the shops are boarded up. You know, this is like homelessness in Los Angeles is crazy. Come to Hollywood. It's where the dreams come true. I don't know, man. I was just watching a thing on YouTube about, you know, LA and California, all the rampant crime and shoplifting and homelessness and addiction problems. And the economy is crashing. California is almost bankrupt. You know, they owe something like $80 billion in debt, something like that for California. I think it might be more than that.
I found my dream car, it's Audi RS5.
Yeah, those are nice. They're definitely nice cars. I had a Quattro, the fuck was it? The S4? Fuck, I can't even remember what the hell I had now. It was a while ago, but I really did enjoy my Audi. It was nice. It had the V6, I think it was a 2.4 liter V6, all-wheel drive, with the auto manual shiftable transmission. It was all leather. It was actually really good in the snow. I was really impressed with that in the snow. A nice car. I really don't know what the new cars are like, but I was just watching, you know, all this new shit that's coming out this year. They got all these brand new pickup trucks now that you can buy for $80,000 that are coming on the market. It's insane. Subaru's got one, and Toyota's got one, and you can buy all these fucking pickup trucks for $8 grand, brand new. Which is just like, what the hell? When do cars just become so cheap for brand new cars? And that's because China is building all these EVs that they're selling for under $10,000, right? So the U.S. put 100% tariffs on them so they don't come to America and destroy the American market. But because China is doing that, all the other competitive companies are coming out with similar vehicles in the same price range to compete.
The 10-year-old's favorite car is the Subaru Outback. An expensive stock piece of junk.
Yeah. You know, I mean, the car that I drive is, fuck, it's 13 years old, man. But it looks brand new. It literally is brand new. It's only got 80,000 kilometers on it. And it's fucking nice looking. All new paint, new headlights, fucking 18-inch rims, low-profile tires, racing suspension. It's fucking, and it looks like a brand new car. Pretty nice. Well, we pit every single lap with this Bugatti.
Supra cost $200,000.
Wow. Well, it depends on where you live. You know. It's like if you wanted to buy a Ford F-150 Raptor in Australia, that's like 350 grand. But if you buy it in America, it's like 100 grand. So there's, you know, import tariffs and fees and stuff depending on what country you live in and where you buy it, your vehicle. It's crazy. Because like the Australians, they come over here to Canada and they just love these huge ass pickup trucks, you know? Because to them, that's like being picked up in a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, you know? Which is kind of neat.
You like Tesla?
I'm not a big fan anymore. No, not really. I mean, I like the tech, you know, but I'm more of a hybrid guy than an all-electric. I'm not really keen on all-electric. I don't want to sit there and plug my car in and wait fucking 2 hours for it to charge or be in a lineup.
Moving to Las Vegas.
I thought about that, you know, because the houses and stuff are really cheap there. You could, even just renting for $1,000 a month, you get a 3-bedroom furnished house with a swimming pool in Las Vegas, you know. But I remember I was at the Bellagio, and I was on the patio in the middle of a phone call, and they turned the lights out, right? And they've got these huge bushes, like cedar bushes, out on the patio at the Bellagio. And they were literally full of cockroaches.
GT, but after the movie, I know all the sounds in the game.
Yeah. Like, there was millions of cockroaches that came out of these bushes. And for every 6 inches across the entire patio at the Bellagio, there was a cockroach. And I stood up and I walked towards the doorway to go back into the building, and these cockroaches all got out of my way. Like, they would move out of my way about 2 feet in front of me, and then they'd close in behind me as I was walking. You know, it was so creepy, man. I like, yeah, there's no fucking way I'm going to Vegas. I was gonna move there too, you know, but after I seen all those cockroaches, man, I was like, fuck that. No fucking way. Like, that just, yeah, I don't know what to say.
The place.
I've never seen so many cockroaches there, man. Like, we don't have cockroaches in Canada. We don't have rats either. You know? Or at least in Alberta, there's no rats. At least there's one place in Canada that doesn't have any rats. You know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stay here where I'm at, you know. I know the geography. I know where the volcanoes are. I know where the ocean is. I know where the lakes are. I know what the laws are like. You know, and now I can get drugs for free in Canada, which is also fucked up. I just found this out like a week ago, you know. So they've given me fucking MDA for free from the pharmacy. I get MDA. It's just like, what? You know, I said, well, can I have MDMA? And they're like, yeah, you can have MDMA. it'll just take a week to process. So like, okay. So I'm gonna get MDMA next week. Yeah. I was like telling my doctor, you know, man, I kind of feel like shit. I want something. I want to be in a good mood, man. And I heard of this drug called ecstasy, and I heard that it's a love drug. And he's like, yeah, well, that's illegal. I'm like, well, I'm sure there's a legal version of it, right? And he's like, yeah, hold on a second. Oh, yeah, here we go. I can get you MDA. So he gets me MDA. I got a whole bottle of MDA right now. And I'm trying that out. But it doesn't have the, you don't hallucinate on MDA. And it doesn't have the whole lovey-dovey feeling, you know. So, I mean, it's still kind of ecstasy. But I got MDA, and it's free. I don't even have to pay for it. But next week I'm going to get some MDMA, and that'll be a little bit more lovey-dovey kind of thing. So I'll be a little bit more social. I can't ship it. You know. Well, you'll get arrested if you try and send that shit across the border. You know. I would lose my health care. But, you know, I can certainly drive around with a bottle of it in my car. It's no big deal. You know. But right now I get 30 MDA pills a month for free. And then next week I'll get probably 30 or 60 of the MDA pills for free. Now, I haven't tried sniffing it, but they're capsules, and it's just a powder inside. You could probably sniff it, but I don't want to. I don't want to fucking sniff anything. But yeah, this is all kind of new to me. You know. The marijuana you have to pay for. You can also get magic mushrooms too now. And the same company that gives out MDA will also give out fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin if I want any of those things. And I don't. I'm like, I'll pass on the heroin, I'll pass on fentanyl. I've never tried it and I don't want to. And you know, cocaine, I don't know. Pharmaceutical grade prescription cocaine? Maybe. I don't know. Depends how much they give me. And it's free?
About taxes, I am on my way to Canada.
Yeah. Well, I've got like a special healthcare plan. It's the most advanced healthcare you can have in Canada. Where literally I can use fucking ambulances like taxis. It's free. Everything's fucking free. Not everybody has that kind of health care plan. But I do. But I've used fucking an ambulance to go from a place called Radium Hot Springs to another town called Cranbrook. And we're talking a 4-hour drive. Each way. By ambulance. You know, for free. Just use the fucking thing like a taxi. Yeah, I did that once. And sometimes like I'll take an ambulance and go to the hospital for a checkup, and then they'll fucking pay for a taxi to drive me home after. And you know, like I'll go, it's like a 1-hour trip to go to the hospital because I'm at a ski resort somewhere. You know, and then they pay like the taxi $250 to drive me home after. I'm like, yep. I like my health care in Canada, you know.
All the drugs and nom then.
Yeah. Well, I've done a lot of drugs when I was like in my 20s, right? When I was younger, I experimented with everything, so I kind of got a pretty good idea for what there is. But I never got hooked on anything, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of it was related to my work. Like, I had to do the drugs with people that I was working with. It's part of my job. So, yeah, you know, I experimented with things. I did it to manage some of my corporate accounts because the owners of some of these businesses did a lot of drugs, and they'd expect you to do it with them, or they wouldn't trust you, kind of thing. So that was kind of part of my job. So, like, I did marketing for manufacturers, distribution of technology products across Canada. So a lot of the companies I would work with would have like 60 different retail stores, and the owners would be multimillionaires, right? And when you're doing business with these guys, a lot of them do a lot of drugs. They just do. You know, they invite you over to their house, their parties and stuff. You're always the guest of honor, right? So, yeah, like that was just part of my job, right? So, like, you're dealing with a guy who's buying $1 million worth of product from you every week. And he wants to do cocaine with you. And if you don't fucking do the cocaine with you, he's going to stop buying $1 million worth of product from you every week. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of peer pressure there. So, yeah, you kind of do it, right? But 2 weeks later, you're working with somebody else, and the next guy maybe doesn't do any drugs, right? So you had to make sure you didn't get hooked on anything, right? So that was just kind of how it was.
That's a win-win.
Yeah, it's just part of the job. Like one company I worked with, I mean, they gave me an Aeroplan points card, right? And on this Aeroplan points card, there was like $5 million in Aeroplan points. I could fly anywhere in the world on Aeroplan points. I can book any hotel that takes Aeroplan points. And then, oh shit, I'm out of gas. Right? And anything I could build to the hotel, you know, was covered on Aeroplan points. So I could go anywhere in the world. So I go to Vegas all the time. Literally. Like, you know, it'd be like, hey man, do you want to go to the Vegas for the weekend? We'd just go out for a fucking party. And yeah, we would. And it was all free. Right? And that was just part of the job. It was one of the perks of the job that I had. And the same thing, the company I'm working for, they were flying me to a different city every couple of weeks. I was living in hotels, you know, taking limousines to work. Anything I could build to the hotel room was covered under Aeroplan points. Plus, I was getting paid, which was nice too. And you're dressed to the nines, you look like a fucking millionaire.
Was born in Canada.
You know? But really, at the end of the day, I was just a salesman. But I was really good at sales, and I was really good at business. Just seemed to be a natural. So I could take anybody's business, and I would just make it better. You know? I would just make people more and more money with their businesses. So, like, for a company that would have 60 stores, I would increase the revenue by 20% in a matter of 2 weeks. So they'd be making an extra, whatever, $30 million a year, and I'd only have worked with them for 2 weeks, right? And I'd get commissions on that shit. So it was pretty good. My car ran out of gas. I was not paying attention.
What is your top speed?
Right now, 0. I'm out of gas. I was not paying attention.
To the moon in space.
I don't think I could afford the airfare. Yeah, I've considered what it'd be like to move and live on a different planet, you know, or the moon even, but I can't afford it. I don't have that kind of money. I'm too poor for that shit. I forgot to put this car in lean mode. So I will do that now, and I'll get much better gas mileage.
What is your top speed, Earl?
What? In real life? You mean like for my existing car? I don't know. I mean, the car's modified, right? So it's faster than what this, like you can bury the needle, and I think the needle says 240 kilometers an hour, which is 150 miles an hour. But it goes faster than that. It just doesn't register. I haven't drove it any faster than 200. I think I've got it up to 190 is the fastest I've drove it.
My dad went 260, hyphen.
Miles or kilometers? Like, my car actually doesn't have a big powerful engine or anything, right? It's just my car's only got, I think, 150 horsepower. You know, but it's all set up for handling and that kind of thing. High RPM and handling. So it's just a lot of fun. Gives you the experience of racing, even when you're not going very fast. It feels like you're going fast when you're not. So like doing even 150 feels like you're hauling ass. That's where driving up the mountain.
I am driving a car illegally.
Oh yeah, you shouldn't do that. You can really fuck yourself up doing that. You get in an accident and you get injured, you got no insurance, you'd be fucked for life. Or if you get in an accident and you actually hurt somebody else, you're fucked for life. You'll be sued up the ass. You'll never have any money again. You know, I really would caution you on that.
With my dad.
Still, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's risky, bro. It's risky. That's all I'm saying. You know, it is risky. Like, I got $5 million liability on my car, right? If I get in an accident and I hurt myself, well, I can get $5 million for myself out of it if I really hurt myself. Or if I hurt somebody else, at least I'm insured. Like, I can cover their medical bills and fucking compensate them, right? And that cost me...
Better than my brother, smiling face with sunglasses.
Well, that's great. It's great to have confidence, but, you know... I'm a pretty good driver too, but regardless, I've still been in accidents. Sometimes shit happens. Like, once my driver's seat unbolted from the floor of my car when I was coming down the mountain, and it landed me in the passenger seat. And I could not see out the front window, and I couldn't pull the e-brake because it kept flopping my seat back over. I couldn't reach the brakes because I'm laying in the fucking passenger seat. And I drove my car right off a mountain. And I hit fucking 12 trees rolling down the goddamn mountain. You know? Shit happens sometimes. You know?
My top speed is 20 km/h.
Yeah. Still. Yeah, whatever. Each to their own, man. I hit a street cleaner once at 180 kilometers an hour in a stolen car running from the cops. I was the only survivor of that accident. That didn't work out well. I had to live with that. You know? That was me being a stupid teenager. Yeah, you know? Yeah, I've seen some really fucked up shit, bro. I was hitchhiking one time, and there was this guy with a pickup truck, and he had a motorcycle in the back. And he went to pull over to pick me up, but he got cut off. And so he ended up not picking me up, and he kept going. It was only a couple of minutes later, another car pulled over and picked me up. And so I'm cruising down the highway with this guy, and all of a sudden, the traffic is stopped. Right? And finally, after we get up to what had happened, that guy with the pickup truck who had the motorcycle in the back, well, I guess the motorcycle started to fall out of his truck. It got loose from the straps, and he pulled into the fast lane and slammed on the brakes, and a semi-truck just flattened the whole thing, man. The motorcycle, the pickup truck, everything was like literally flattened like a pancake. There was nothing there but a fucking blotch of blood on the highway and a fucking piece of what looked like tinfoil on the road, man. It was flattened. That semi-truck just rolled right over the guy, just killed him instantly. And I would have been in that fucking truck, you know? But yeah, like this is so much fucked up shit, man. Yeah. Yeah, like you'd be surprised how dangerous it is actually just to be on the road. You know? I mean, I have to remind myself just driving up the mountain sometimes, you know, that there's always a deer that's going to jump out in front of you and you're not going to see it. You know? And my car is low enough to the ground, the deer would come right through my windshield and land on me inside the car. You know? And the deer would fucking probably still be alive and kicking. It would probably kill me. You know? So, you know, you gotta be... I am really risking it when I drive up the mountain like a maniac. Because the speed limit's 60. And a lot of times I'm doing 120, 140 coming up the hill. Right? In a 60 zone. And if you get caught, in Canada, if you get caught with doing 40 kilometers over the speed limit, you lose your license for a year. They'll impound your car for a month, which will cost you about $3,000 to get it out of impound. You know. Yeah. And then your car insurance will go up in price like 5 times what it is.
How many times you were dancing with death?
Oh, I've lost count, dude, literally. I've had people hike me up a mountain and try to stab me to death on the top of a mountain. I've had fucking guns to my head, knives to my throat. Fuck me, man. I almost fell off a waterfall once that was 150 feet up in the fucking air. My uncle managed to grab me by my hair and pull me out just before I went off the waterfall. Fucking... I've been attacked by honeybees. They fucking yanked a good 130 stingers out of me. You know, fuck. There's so many car accidents that I've been in. I used to steal cars when I was a teenager, and I'd get in like fucking like car accidents, but because the cars were stolen, you never would go to the hospital, right? You know, yeah, you know, I've been in a lot of car accidents. I learned how to drive stealing cars, fuck. Oh, God. You know, I've had cops put guns to my head. I've had fucking gangsters put knives to my throat. You know, like, fuck this shit. I've been in knife fights, fuck. I got home invaded one time. I had these 3 roommates, and my 3 roommates were all cop killers, right? They had run down this police officer in a high-speed chase. They went and threw out the spike belt. Instead of going over the spike belt, they ran over the cop and fucking killed him. Anyways, these guys were my roommates, and they had ripped off some drug dealer for some dope. And of course, the drug dealer comes back with his fucking posse to the house.
You played GTA 6 already?
No, not yet. But I was the only guy home, right? So my 3 roommates weren't around. I knew nothing about what the fuck was going on. Anyways, these 4 guys, they bust into the house with knives, man. And they wanted to just cut me up to send a message to my roommates. But I wasn't having none of it, you know. I fucking had a knife of my own. I fucking stabbed this guy in the face when he went for a swing at me. And the other guy tried to stab me, and I fucking hacked his hand right off. His fucking hand hit the floor. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was a crazy kid, man. Like, I was homeless at 12 years old, man. Like, literally, fucking... I had an apartment building given to me, like the caretaker of this building. The apartment was up for renovations. It was a small building. It was a 4-story building, but... You know, he said, you go pick whatever apartment you want. So I did, but the whole building was vacant. And they were all furnished apartments. They ended up hanging out with all these hookers. And I filled the whole building up with hookers. So I had a whole brothel when I was 13 years old. I had a whole fucking brothel of hookers with me. You know? It was fucking awesome. You know? And they would take me out and buy me dinner and everything, because I gave them a whole place to live and, you know, do business with their dates, kind of thing. Lots of shit. You know, I did stuff with explosives, and I had the bomb squad at my fucking house once. Yeah. Yeah, I was a fucking crazy kid. But when I turned 18, though, I just snapped right out of it. I didn't want to have an adult record. So as soon as I turned 18, man, I fucking reprogrammed my mind and disassociated with everybody that I knew. And just started a new life at that age. All over again. Just rebuilt my whole life from scratch. Because once I turned 18, I could actually get a real job and make money. But prior to 18, I couldn't get enough money, so I was involved in crime. 1, 2, 3... I think 3? 3 or 4? 3 or 4. Some of it was just dumb shit, though. Like, I ended up going to jail on remand for porcelain, literally. I was living in this in that fucking brothel building, and this was after the hookers had left and shit. And I was just there with a couple other guys, and we were on mushrooms, I think, or LSD one time. And for whatever reason, we broke the toilet bowl lid. Okay, you know the lid for your toilet bowl? Yeah. So you know the lid on the toilet bowl is made out of porcelain, right? Well, apparently porcelain is a house-breaking tool. So you can use porcelain to shatter windows, and it breaks the glass completely silently. Doesn't make any noise. So like a spark plug, the porcelain from a spark plug, or even the porcelain from a toilet bowl, when you throw it at glass, it shatters the glass and makes no noise, right? So it's a house-breaking tool. Anyways, I got caught in this building, and we had broken the toilet bowl lid, and we were trying to put it back together like idiots. We had it all over the kitchen table, trying to put it back together like a jigsaw puzzle, because we were stoned. But anyways, I got arrested for possession of house-breaking tools, and I pled not guilty. So I didn't get bail, and then I had to sit in jail for 3 fucking months over this fucking piece of porcelain, a broken toilet bowl lid. Yeah, so that's how that went. That was the first time I went to jail. You know, the second time I went to jail was for negligence causing death. It was where I got into a car accident and everybody died, and I was the driver. So yeah, I went to jail for that. That sucked. And then I went to jail once for having a marijuana pipe, which was an ornament on my keychain. Which had never actually been used. So I pled not guilty to that as well. Oh no, I actually pled guilty thinking I was just going to get a fine, but they gave me 2 weeks in jail for that. You know, and that was crazy because I ended up having to share a cell with a guy who had just killed his wife and a 6-month-old baby. He hacked them all up, and this guy was my cellmate. You know, really fucking great. You know. But at the same time, though, while I was in there, I met another guy who was in there for kidnapping, and I reviewed his case, and I got him out. I don't want to actually answer that on YouTube, but you know, I got another guy. He was in there for kidnapping, and I talked to him for like 10 minutes, and I explained to him how to get out of jail and what to tell his lawyer, and he did. And sure enough, the next day he was out of jail. The charges were dropped, and he was released. So I got him out of jail, which was cool. Yeah, you know. But I was actually really good in jail. Like I.
Beacon Mafia?
My bad. I was talking about how to bypass the magnetic locks in jail. Anyways, so a lot of the times you'll get paperwork from your lawyer when you're in jail, and they'll have staples in the paperwork. And if you get a staple in your hand, and they lock you in like a solitary confinement, or one of those rooms where they've got the magnetic locks up on the doors, if you can throw a staple up in that lock, it won't seal the lock. And you can hold your foot against the door. When they check the door, they'll think it's locked, but it's not. And then once they walk away, you can reach under the door and you can literally just pull it open. And you can get the fuck out. And I've done that in jail. I've even got a staple up into the personnel's room and from my cell block. And I can get out of my cell, out of the fucking unit, down the hall, over to the personnel's room, and I stole everybody's fucking cigarettes out of their personnels. I stole people's jewelry and shit. I was the only guy in jail that had fucking cigarettes. You're not allowed to smoke in jail, but they couldn't figure out how the hell I had all these cigarettes. But I literally could get off my unit, over to the personnel's room, and fucking steal everybody's shit. And I had smokes and everything. Well, yeah, I was stayed into jail, but I was alright. You know. And I even got out early, too. They asked us to write an essay on drugs. And I wrote an essay about drugs. And I guess I won some contests with my essay. And sure enough, a week later, they released me from jail into a drug treatment program. Even though I didn't actually have a drug problem. But I pretended I did because I got out of jail for it. So they put me into a group home to go to a drug treatment center called ADAC in Canada. And so I went there. But then I got into so many arguments with the fucking psychologists that they fucking sent me back to jail. And I got really mad. So later, when I got out of jail, I broke into the drug treatment center and I fucking stole all their shit. All their video cameras, all their fucking TVs. I came back with 3 truckloads worth of shit we stole out of the drug treatment center. They didn't have any alarms on the place, man. But I actually got caught for that, too. That was the last fucking thing I got caught for. I only got caught because my fucking partner he had sex with some chick and told her all about it, bragging like a fucking idiot. You know, and she called Crime Stoppers on our ass. But yeah, sure enough, I got caught for that. You know, and I did that. I did that crime when I was 17. But when I pled guilty to it, and I got a 3-year suspended sentence because I pled guilty, and I never, committed any other crimes after that. But because the conviction was when I was 18, it carried my adult record, my juvenile record, all carried into my adult life kind of thing. So that kind of fucked me right up. But yeah, I did everything from money laundering. Like we would take explosive blasting cord, and we'd even fucking take blasting cord and wrap it around the distributor cap on vehicles. Like we'd do bank surveillance. Like I'd go into the bank and you'd watch people do cash deposits, and I'd be wearing a wireless mic, and I'd have a guy out back with a video camera listening to me, and I'd be pointing out the description of people that are making cash deposits in like $200,000-$300,000 cash deposits, and they're businesses that were doing cash deposits, right? And we'd videotape their vehicles, and then we'd follow them back to their businesses, establish a routine, follow them home, and then we'd fucking rig their car up when they're going to do a cash deposit. Like it'd be a restaurant, for example, they'd do a $300,000 deposit after the Mother's Day long weekend, right? And yeah, we'd have it hooked up to a garage door RF remote control. We'd just follow them down the street.
We don't have traffic, no one follows the traffic light too.
Yeah. No, we just follow these guys down the street. We'd fucking hit the button. They blow the distributor cap up on their car. They'd pull over because their car's not working. And we'd pull over like concerned citizens, hit them with a stun gun, grab the bag of cash, and get the fuck out of there. You know? Well, that was shit I was doing when I was 15 years old. You know? But I don't do any of that shit anymore, man. Like, I was all into that kind of crap when I was a teenager. But I snapped right out of it when I turned 18, man. I realized I could make money legitimately without having to take all these risks. If you fuck up in business, the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to lose some money. You fuck up as a criminal, the worst thing's going to happen is you're going to lose your freedom. You know what I mean? And everything, right? So it just made a lot more sense to focus on making money legitimately. It was lower risk, and you had the same potential to make money with. And that's where I ended up being really good with business. I was just as good at crime when I was younger, but I used that same energy on legit business, and I was just as good at business and sales and everything else too. So, you know, I learned young and early, right? Can't tell you how many young girls, 13, 14 years old, I watched, you know, pimps turn into these girls into hookers, get them hooked on drugs, and then they'd be dead, overdosed at 15, 16 years old, they're dead. You know, so I didn't get into doing any of these hard drugs because I saw how these pimps were using that to turn girls into hookers to make themselves money, right? You know, so like I learned a lot of shit real young, man. You know, so yeah, at my age now, I just don't have any respect for the whole criminal lifestyle anymore. Fuck that shit. You know, why? You don't need to, right? You can make a lot more money with less risk running legitimate businesses. But the mentality and attitude of people in the world is that they don't feel like they've succeeded unless they're ripping somebody off, which I think is really disappointing. Because you don't actually have to rip people off to succeed in life and to make money. But yet, even with everything that I was doing, I was making millions of dollars for people, and they would still go and steal from people, even though they had money. Even my ex-girlfriend, she had $50 fucking million, but she'd steal toilet paper from the fucking restaurant. It made no sense to me. You know? But yeah, what a fucked up shit show, right? I'm just glad, you know, that I don't have any of that bullshit in my life anymore, man. You know, for real. I'm grateful for the lessons I learned when I was younger. Because if I had learned those lessons as an adult, I'd be serving fucking 20 years. You know? Be serving real time. Fortunately, I never served any real adult time. I've done some remand, but that was it. I never got a real jail sentence. Just remand shit waiting for court. As an adult, I think the most time I did was a month for a traffic ticket, waiting for a court, or waiting for a bail hearing. Oh no. I'm not moving anywhere, man. Staying where I'm at. And I know what I'm doing where I'm at. I got a lot of good things going for me here in terms of money, lifestyle, healthcare, freedom. You know, I got a nice car. I'm living really well considering how little, what tiny amount of money I actually have. Like, I hardly have any money anymore, but I'm living really well on nothing. So, I'm really grateful for what I have, man. Seriously. I wouldn't risk it. If I move away from where I'm at, I'll lose my family doctor, I lose my advanced health care, I lose a lot. I couldn't take my car with me, you know. I'm happy with what I got. It may not be much, but I'm happy that I have anything at all. You know. Yeah. Oh, by the way, that fucking MDA's kicked in, so I might be talking too much. This video's gonna get fucking taken down, for sure. I almost got married once. My wife is a microbiologist.
You got discord.
What? Sorry, I'm outside having a smoke. I can't read this screen right now. Discord, yeah, I do. If you're on a computer at the top where the banner is, there'll be two links. One says PayPal, and the other one's the Discord.
What is it?
I'll have to copy and paste it. Hold on. Or if you go into the About section on my YouTube channel, there'll be a link to the Discord. There, I can find it. I'll go back inside here for a second. Let me see here. Dungeon, one more link, it says. Huh. There. That should be it there. I haven't, yeah. I haven't used it in like a year, or maybe 2 years. I don't know. It's been a while. But yeah. I'm making my 20 million back that I spent on that McLaren.
My friend request.
What do you mean? Did you send a friend request? I don't know how to accept it. Oh, did you send it on PlayStation Network?
You remember the password to log into your account?
For my Discord? Yeah, you know, probably. Probably just use my fingerprint. I think that's all I would need to do. What car should we drive? 800 performance points. Drive an Audi? What have I got in Audis? Audi favorites.
GTR.
See, I don't understand. Where's all my Audis? And why is this not in alphabetical order? There's the Audi. 800 performance points. I got the R8. I got this thing. The TDI 11. The R8 was 775. All right. I haven't drove this thing in forever. And that's with racing soft tires too. Well, it's maxed.
What is your favorite food?
Pizza. Definitely pizza. What? This doesn't have any turbochargers or nothing on it? Hold on, let me take this to the shop. This might have some, we might need some upgrades.
Truth.
Yeah, I'm a pizza guy, man. You can make pizza so many different ways. All right. This car has to have some new fancy parts. Nothing? Apparently not. Fully customizable racing transmission. Well, we could use one of those. There we go. Turbocharger.
I hate the pineapple on pizza.
I like it. I find when you put pineapple on pizza, it's really good the next day. Like, it doesn't dry out. Most pizzas the next day are all dried out. But if you have pineapple on the pizza, it doesn't dry out overnight kind of thing. So, it's good. I make everything pizzas, man. Alright, so we got this R8 LMS. We maxed it up to fucking 800 performance points. And we're gonna run Nuremberg 3 laps. I don't know if there's any tire or gas mileage on this shit. Yeah, it's got gas mileage. Holy shit. My gas mileage.
You have a dog.
I do. I'm just gonna see whether or not how many times I'm gonna have to pit with this car here. Doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to do fucking more than 2 laps without a pit here. I might have to pit every lap. This is one of the first cars that I bought in the game. Oh yeah, maybe I can get 2 laps without pitting. I don't have to pit every lap. So I haven't tuned this car or anything, like in terms of adjusting its downforce or anything. No, I'm not really a dessert guy. No, I'm a controller. But there's a trick to using your controller which makes it act like a wheel. And that's where if you push forward on your L3 stick and you roll the steering wheel left and right while you're pushing forward, it's smooth turning like you have on a wheel. As opposed to if you just pull the controller stick left and right, then it's yanky. But if you push forward, then you can get nice smooth turns with it. Same as driving with a wheel. I don't know if this car is going to be good enough, but we'll find out.
It's really confusing. It's like we're on a wheel.
Yeah, I don't know. I found some people don't even like having the wheel. They find it a lot harder to drive with the wheel. But I remember I played on the PSP so much that I don't hold my controllers properly anymore. So I only use one finger in the front as opposed to holding it with 2 fingers, like for your buttons in the front of the controller. So I don't hold my controller properly enough to be able to use manual. So, yeah. Fuck, man, we just had snow. I just had snow like 2 days ago. The whole May long weekend it snowed. Really, like for real. It snowed all over Canada for the May long weekend. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but yeah, we got a lot of snow. It doesn't usually snow in May. I didn't even check what my gear ratio was on this car. I bought the fucking transmission, but I don't think I put it on. And I bought the turbo kit, but I don't think I turned that on either, or put the anti-lag on. So I think it did add the turbo kit once I bought it, because performance points went up. Seem to be doing okay. I'm just checking my gas.
How do you rate Canada?
Well, the economy is really shitty, and the cost of living is stupid. But the food standards are higher than America.
For the drugs.
Yeah. The drugs are pretty good. If you're a criminal, the consequences for being a criminal are pretty minimal. Alright? Like, it's the money laundering capital of the world. Canada. You know, violent crimes are bad. You go to jail for that, but for pretty much anything else, you don't go to jail. It's really hard to go to jail in Canada.
Now it's November 10.
You know. But, I mean, McDonald's tastes a hell of a lot better in Canada than it does in the US. And that's just because the food standards are higher in Canada. But, I mean, Canada's kind of like Australia with snow. Kind of. I mean, it's kind of hard to say because I haven't really traveled around the world that much. You know, I've gone to Vegas an awful lot, but that's pretty much it. I mean, I've met a lot of people from around the world. No, well, British is, they just have slightly different words, right? And like Americans talk differently too. Like they have a lot of slang. Americans talk like gangsters, you know? And that's their culture, right? I mean, Hollywood has glorified fucking crime, drugs, gangsters, sex, all that shit so much in America that that's totally affected their culture, right? Like in Canada, we don't go around twerking and shit like that, you know what I mean? We wear our pants like normal people. We don't wear our pants half off our ass. You know, it's different, yeah. Yeah, you know. Well, actually, no, there's still some people that wear their fucking pants funny, but those are guys that are trying to be Americans. But there's no twerking in Canada, man. People will look at you like, what the fuck is wrong with you if you're twerking in Canada? You know, like what the hell is wrong with Miley Cyrus, man? Like, seriously. There's got to be a marketing thing that she's doing this, right? That can't really be what she's into. Letting her fans touch her box while she's in the middle of a concert. Somebody tell me like that, you know, that's not really what it's like in America, where women are like, oh yeah, come here, touch my pussy. You know, and they're fucking air fucking on top of cars driving down the street. I don't know, like that's something that's definitely changed in Canada. That's a new thing in the last 5 years. You know, they legalized pot, then they legalized mushrooms, and now they've legalized fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin. It's like, you're kidding me, right? And now they literally give you free fucking fentanyl, a syringe, and a place to fucking shoot up. With doctors standing by in case you OD. You're like, yeah. Then they'll Narcan you back to life and give you some more. It's like, what? Yeah, man, I don't know, man. Like, I don't go to Vancouver anymore because it's fucked up. This is fucked up. On top of that, they give you $1,000. If you're a drug addict, they'll give you $1,000 a month to spend on drugs. Like, yeah, you know, what the fuck is wrong with Canada? looks like the top speed is only fucking 300 in this car. Those other guys are in the pit. I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch them in 3 laps. We'll try. Well, yeah, like I've got a brother, he got fucking hooked on fentanyl. And holy fuck, man. He's the same age as me. He's got no teeth. He looks like he's fucking 90. His face is all looked like fucking wrinkled leather. And all his teeth are gone. And he's just completely fucked in the head. And that's what fentanyl did to him, man. You know, it's just brutal. I can't help him. There's nothing I can do for him. You know, I've tried to give him a house. I've tried to, you know, get him away from his drug deal. I can't get him away from his drug dealers. He'd rather live in a fucking tent on the street just so he can do fentanyl. You know, like it's bad. That's a drug I would fucking don't ever go near that shit, man. You know. Yeah, that's fucking. He used to be a millionaire. He had a lake house, a boat, fucking BMW, Mercedes. You know, and he's making over $1 million a year. And he started doing fucking hard drugs, and that just destroyed him. And now he's living in a fucking tent on the streets, hooked on fentanyl. It's fucked. Yeah, so yeah, stay away from that shit, man. Trust me, there's some things you're better off not knowing about. I'm glad, like, I got out of this shit before then, you know, because I used to experiment. I wanted to know what things were like. I was curious, right? You know? I wanted my own opinion. I didn't want somebody to say, oh, no, this is bad, don't do it. So, like, I went and I tried pot, and I tried this, and I tried that. But I'm glad that I fucking finally decided, okay, I'm done with experimenting with shit in life, you know? Before things like fentanyl came onto the market. Like, I got out of fucking drugs, I think, about the same time crack was coming onto the market. I stopped doing drugs at that time. You know? The stuff that I do now is prescription shit that I get straight from my doctor. So, you know, I haven't done MDA or MDMA in 20 some odd years. But now that I'm allowed to do it and it's free, I'm thinking, well, okay, well, MDMA was kind of a love drug. It helps with depression, you know. It's kind of fun, really. I don't have to work or anything, so I've got all the free time in the world. So if I want to fucking trip out on MDMA, why not? Right? I'm alone by myself in my own house. I attribute it to being actually safer than drinking. Like, drinking alcohol will just destroy every fucking organ in your body, you know? And it makes you stupid, like a waterhead. So, once I started just doing this MDA, I have no desire to drink alcohol anymore. So that just fucking solved an alcohol problem right there. So, kind of trade one thing for another, which is kind of neat. To at least be able to do that. So I've only been doing this MDA now. This is the 3rd day that I've had MDA for free. And I'll be able to get MDMA after the 5th of June. I just have to fill out my doctor just has to fill out a request form for it. And then I just go to the pharmacy and pick it up. And it's free. So. How liberal is that shit, man? Like, this is all new to me too. Like, I didn't, you know, I don't know what to say. No, I don't think so. I don't trust, no offense to the Chinese culture or anything, but I just don't trust them. My experience is they'll all say one thing, but they do something else. So, you know. It's like I could buy a condo in China. I could buy a really nice condo for $10,000 Canadian right now. I could buy a fucking house out there for $10,000, right? And you'd think you're doing okay until the house collapses on you. Right? Or until you go to the hospital and they just harvest your organs one day because they want them. You know, this is some fucked up shit. I don't know. I just, yeah. You know, I've had a girlfriend from Asia, and I don't know what to say. The government of Canada spy agency came and fucking interviewed me about my girlfriend. You know, that's like having Homeland Security come and interview you because you had a girlfriend. No. So I mean, I wouldn't go to China, is what I'm saying. I would consider going to Japan. You know, Japan seems interesting, and you can even get a free house in Japan, actually. So that's kind of interesting, except for all the earthquakes and the high cost of living. But the Japanese I like their culture. You know, they don't waste anything. They're clean. They have a high value for respect for each other. You know? So I like that culture. Although I've never had a Japanese girlfriend. So I don't know what that's like. The laws in Japan are weird too. Like, I think the age of consent in Japan is 13. So you can be like 30 years old and have a 13-year-old girlfriend, which I think is a bit weird. You know. Thailand is just all bullshit. You know. These women are all just trying to play you for money, right? They'll try and get you to marry them, and then they'll fucking clean out your bank accounts, take you for everything you got. So, oh shit. Uh-oh. Damn it. Oh, fuck off, man. Wow, really, fuck off, for fuck's sakes. Well, my car just reset, for fuck's sakes, man. I stood here for 10 minutes. Jesus. Holy crap. That was a shit accident. Oh, it's because I got no fucking tires. Oh, jeez. No, that explains a lot. Damn it. Well, that's why my car is all fucked up. I didn't pit. Look at my tires are just destroyed. No wonder I'm fucking spinning out.
Without moving to El Salvador.
I don't know anything about it. You know, part of me would consider moving to the southern tip of Peru. You know, if I was far enough away. You know. If I was super rich, I would like consider trying to buy Machu Picchu and then rebuilding it. That would be interesting. I can't believe I didn't realize that my tires were that bad. I am definitely not going to win this race. I literally had to pit every lap. But I was looking at my gas mileage. I wasn't looking at the tires. And I'm 40 seconds behind everybody. And then once I pit, I'm going to be even further behind. Yeah, I love these tires right now. Where the hell's the pit?
You should move to Russia.
I thought about moving to Moldova. You know, like the cost of living in Moldova is cheap as hell. Where's the pit? Tell me I didn't miss the pit. I missed the fucking pit. Alright. That's it. We totally missed the pit. I mean, I had no gas now to make the next lap. So that's it. Race is done. We'll try this again with a different car. I did not check my gear ratio.
I'm tired.
No. I took an MDA pill when I started live streaming. So, and it just kind of basically kicked in here. I don't know how long I've been live streaming. I kicked in about an hour after I started live streaming, so. I actually wasn't gonna have any today, but I figure, fuck, I got nothing to do. I'm gonna be sitting at home the next 2 days, so I might as well. It's interesting, like it's weird because I don't have any shame or guilt about the drugs either. And MDA is not addictive. You don't develop an addiction to it. It's about as addictive as pot is. You know what I mean? So it's not that bad of a drug. I don't know about the MDMA because that'll make you hallucinate. So I probably wouldn't want to be driving my car on MDMA. So that's something I might, hold off on, or only take in really small quantities so I don't get too messed up on it. That's interesting, because they've got, same with Italy and shit, like they give you free houses out there. You can buy a house for a fucking $1, all right? Except for lately, I mean, they've had a lot of really crazy fires, earthquakes, volcanoes. You know what I mean? Like, I watch a lot of news, so I'm always kind of up to date with, all the global disasters and shit that are going on. And some of these places, it just, they don't seem very stable. There was problems with Italy and Spain and shit about their economy and banks not giving people their money. I mean, I don't remember exactly all of it, but yeah, there was some shit like that going on. Like, even in Canada, I'm worried about banks just shutting down on you and not giving you your money, So I've got my money split up between a couple different banks. So if one shuts down or if a bank machine stops giving me cash, I can transfer my money into a bank that's still functioning and then take the money out that way. You know what I mean? Instead of having all your shit in one bank, I've got my shit split up between a couple different banks. Well, hopefully they don't all collapse at the same time, if you know what I mean, right? it's tornado fucking alley. You know, like, what's gonna happen, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but, you know, aside from wars and the collapse of economies, there's the physics of the planet. And what they're calling climate change, they're not telling you the whole story. Because the ice that's in the north and the ice that's in the south of the planet, they have weight. Okay, the weight of that ice is pushing down on the continent that ice is sitting on. And when that ice melts, that weight is not going to be there anymore. So the continents that ice is on right now, once the ice is gone, the continent's going to rise up. And the planet itself, its shape, is going to become oval instead of spherical. Okay? And once that water melts, that water is going to gather around the equator area of the planet. And now that's where that extra weight's going to be. And when that weight is pushing down on those continents, it's going to affect everything from the shifting of tectonic plates around the world and subduction zones. So it's going to cause massive earthquakes all over the place. It's going to cause volcanoes to erupt all over the place. The extra water is going to mean there's going to be a lot more water evaporating into the atmosphere, which means it's going to rain a lot more. Hurricanes are going to get a lot bigger. So basically everything from Mexico to Canada, like from halfway, yeah, basically Mexico, the United States, is not even going to be livable in 10 years. They're not livable zones. So if you mortgage a house, you're not even going to pay it off. By the time you pay off that house, it's going to be gone. You won't be able to live in it. So, I mean, I have to be the bearer of bad news, but anybody that's living in America, your property is worthless in 10 years. Your business is gone. Everything you have is gone in 10 years. Florida is going to be underwater. New York is going to flood. Like, California is going to be wiped out with an earthquake. You know, Montana is going to be buried under ashes and lava from fucking the huge-ass volcano they got sitting there in that national park. Like, that's what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. We're all in big shit. And people are going to migrate to places like Canada. Because that's going to be one of the few places you'll actually be able to live. You know? And that's just what's going to happen once the ice melts. It's actually going to happen before the ice is done melting, to be honest. So, and it's already happening. You're already seeing the storms and shit getting worse every year. You're already seeing more earthquakes. You're already seeing more volcanoes erupting. So, I mean, it's already happening. But if you take a fish and you put it in water and you slowly boil the water, that fish will stay in there until it dies. And that's what's happening in America. The people are staying there because the world around them is changing slowly. But if that's all happened tomorrow, you'd all get the fuck out. Right? So, yeah, I mean, that's, you know, this is the world that we live in. And strangely enough, it's actually already all been written in the fucking Revelations in the Bible. You know? They just didn't explain how. They spoke of the events, but they didn't explain the physics of it. I'm explaining to you the physics of how this is going to happen. And, like, even next month, on June 3rd, we've got massive alignment of planets in our galaxy. And when all those planets align, they have a cumulative gravitational force, where when they're all lined up together, the gravity between them all affects each planet a lot more. And that is going to cause some pretty fucked up weather events here in the world too. So I'd recommend you get the fuck out. You know, that's what I'm saying. Go to New Zealand, go to southern Peru, go to northern Canada. You know, that's where you need to get the hell out of the middle part of the earth, because that's all fucking gone. But then, you know, we've got all these wars going on too. And I've noticed the behavioral changes in our species. There's been some significant behavioral changes in people since cellular phone technology came onto the market. So cell phone towers are screaming out fucking frequencies that are basically like police sirens blaring so fucking loud that it would drive you insane if you could hear it. But your ears don't hear it. But those frequencies are still irradiating through your body, and your unconscious mind is still picking that shit up. And it's affecting things like your cellular reproduction accuracy levels. It's affecting the frequency of the way the human species and other species like birds are you know, it's affecting the behavior of all sorts of animals, from marine life to birds. And I've noticed it in stages. First it was cell phones, then it was Wi-Fi routers, then it was 2.5G, then it was 5G, and now it's Starlink satellites are irradiating the fucking planet on top of that. So you've got all this fucking shit going on at the same time that it's affecting people's psychological behavior. And, you know, then you've got these vaccines that everybody took, which were untested vaccines, I might add, okay? And the RNA vaccines are actually altering people's DNA. So now your fucking DNA is being altered from the vaccines, where now other things that you used to be immune to, that you're previously vaccinated against, are ineffective because your DNA is different. And those vaccines were designed for your DNA the way it was a long time ago. But now that your DNA is being changed because you've been vaccinated so many fucking times, now you as a species are being changed. So that's fucking everybody up. And everybody's got a chip on their shoulder. Everybody's getting highly irritable. And wars are just fucking on everybody's fucking, the tip of everybody's fingers, man. So everybody's just so fucking angry and edgy, and their behavior is changing. And that's as a result of fucking the irradiation from cellular phones, Wi-Fi routers, and fucking Starlink satellites that are having a negative effect on not just us, but all sorts of species on the planet. In case you haven't noticed, birds falling out of the sky, marine life fucking beaching itself on the shores in massive numbers, unlike anything you've ever seen before in your lifetime. All that shit's happening, right? We're fucked. We're just screwed ourselves. Our species isn't even gonna live another 20 fucking years. I guarantee it. Like, so if you're 20 years old now, you're never gonna see your 50s. You're never gonna see your 50s, man. So, not to be the bearer of bad news, but that's the shit that we've done to ourselves. And there's a lot more to it. I mean, I can go on and on and on. So, I mean, I hate to be so bleak, you know, and a party pooper, but I mean, you wonder why the fuck I'm sitting around fucking... I was raised in a religious family when I was a child. I have gone to church for the last 6 months just to check it out. But I mean, I've also slept under a Catholic church when I was living on the streets as a teenager. I study religion, but I also study simulated reality. I've compared Grand Theft Auto to what it's like to live in a consequence-free environment. Very similar to if we are currently living in a simulated reality, you know, where like your soul would represent yourself, and the world you're living in is pretty much like a video game that you can load in and out of. In a sense, like if you're living in a simulated reality, then you could essentially live eternity, or at least in a way, because in the time it would take you to live an entire lifetime may only take 1 minute of your real lifetime. So you could live thousands of lifetimes in a simulated reality, which would give you the experience of living eternally. You know, so yeah, I mean, I've looked at that, and I've studied people's behavior in Grand Theft Auto in terms of who they really are. That game gives people an opportunity to show their true colors, right? Who people want to be. You know, are you the kind of person that actually enjoys hurting other people? You know, how do you choose to dress? How do you perceive yourself? How would you behave if there were no actual consequences for your behavior? And you can learn a lot about people and how they play that video game. I've spent over 10,000 hours studying people in the game. You know, and the effects that it has on people in their real life too. Study the psychology of it. And I was in touch with people from Take-Two Interactive about, the effects of extended use and the effects of that game on people's behavior in real life. And they changed some stuff once I talked to them. They made the game single-player capable so that you don't have to play with other people if you don't want to. And that was mainly because of what I explained to them about how it can affect people in the real world. Like if you're the type of person to play that game 15 hours a day, 7 days a week, it's going to negatively affect your life. Having to subject yourself to people's racial, sexual comments, people constantly trying to victimize you emotionally in a video game. That'll have negative effects on your behavior. So after I explained to them these things, that's when they made the game single player capable. So you can pretty much do everything in the game in a private or friend-only lobby. That was one of the things they changed after I talked to them about that. But yeah, when you look at heaven and hell, from a religious perspective, if you do go to heaven or you do go to hell, then that's that you're not really here either. Right? So that almost proves that you're in a simulation. And when you look at all these religions that say that you're held accountable and you're rewarded or disciplined based on how you choose to live this life, that also goes to prove that you're not actually here. You're living in a simulation. And is this simulation consequence-free? Well, I think at one point in time it wasn't. Okay, and then that's where I look at Christianity, and Jesus Christ had to have a conversation with the maker of this simulation. Okay, and this is where he sacrificed his life for us. So it's been told, is like Jesus was like, they don't know what they're doing, right? So forgive them for their sins. And he proved that we don't know what we're doing by the fact that we killed him. Right? Because in the real world, we would never have killed him. So that's what that kind of bit is about in regards to Christianity. And when I look at the Buddhist religion, they talk about how you can come back as a housefly or a worm or a bird or anything. And then I take that into consideration. I realize how rare it is to actually be a human being. Because if you have to calculate all the other species in the world, everything from a single-celled organism to an ant to a butterfly to a mountain lion, every fucking living species out there, and then you divide that up, how many humans? There's 8 billion humans, but there's 100 trillion other species, possibilities of other life forms that you could be. It's an incredible privilege to be a human being. And then you look at how we waste it. Like our human species, we're a fucking virus, man, literally. We consume and destroy everything in our wake. We're a virus. And then I even go further, and I studied alien life, right? So, okay, alien life also exists in the simulated reality. And I looked at the colonization of our planet, and I've studied how the pyramids work, and all of this shit, and the whole process that took place. And that comes down to a whole other theory where if you leave your home planet and you have to make the journey across light years to move to a new planet, there's some basic things that'll have to take place. To leave your planet, for one, and live in space, your body has to be born in space, okay? Because when you're being in the incubation period of when you're in the embryo or in the womb or whatever, developing as a human being, your body is adjusting to the gravity, to the atmosphere, to all of these variables, right? Your bone structure, your organs, all these things are being designed for the environment that you're in. When you change that environment, your body's not designed for it. So you can't essentially just move from Earth and go live in space and expect to survive. You wouldn't. And you can't live in space and move to Earth and expect to survive. You wouldn't. The only way this would work was you'd have to be born in space. So if you leave your home planet, you've got to be conceived and born in space. Then you make the journey across the galaxies to the next planet. At that time, you have to then be conceived again and born on the planet that you're moving to. And then from there, you can redevelop your culture. So there was I have a theory about Earth and Mars being the ideal location. As Earth and Mars, if you go back far enough, they used to be each other's moons. So Earth and Mars were in a synchronous orbit around each other, sharing the Goldilocks zone with the sun. And that made it an ideal location for our species, being the virus that we are. We would live on one planet and destroy it, and then we'd migrate to the other while the previous one would recover from the damage that we did. And we continue to migrate back and forth between these two planets. And that's where you get structures like the pyramids on both planets, because the idea was if you're going to build these structures, you're going to want to reuse them and not have to keep rebuilding them each time. So they built these huge cities and structures designed to last for thousands of years, so they can come back and be reused. Now the pyramids, per se, are designed to create an electromagnetic field, very much the same as what the Earth has. The Earth has an electromagnetic field which protects us from solar radiation, so we don't get nuked from the sun. Okay, so when we first terraformed the planets, we used pyramids to create electromagnetic fields that we could live inside of, underneath of, or whatever, and survive while we were terraforming the rest of the planet. Welcome back, Goose. Right? The largest pyramids on our planet are actually in Siberia, Alaska, and Antarctica. And those are pyramids that make such a large electromagnetic field that they encompass the northern and southern regions of the planet. And then there's a lot of smaller pyramids in the middle section which become gap bridges. So they fill in weak spots. So they become areas. So eventually what the purpose would be is to charge the inner core and create, the Earth would have its own electromagnetic field. Then you wouldn't really need the pyramids anymore. But it was all part of a terraforming process. No, I've just, I've spent a lot of time alone thinking about shit. And I discuss a lot of this shit with professors on Facebook around the world, believe it or not. And yeah, it's fucked up. I don't even know how I know all this shit, but it is fucked up. We weren't allowed to think about stuff like this when I was a kid, So it was one of those things where it was a taboo. So I actually went and invested a lot of time thinking about stuff that other people don't think about. And I've come up with some pretty interesting theories. Like, for example, the pyramids in Giza, the reason that they actually do create electromagnetic fields is because quartz crystal under pressure creates electricity, right? And I can actually look at the Pyramid of Giza and see how it operates and functions. I know how it works. I've designed and explained it to people. So far, I haven't found anybody with software that's willing to actually do a virtual model of it. But the professors agree with me, and the historians don't. The historians want to fight. But the professors get it. Structural engineers, electrical engineers, they all see it once they're pointed out to them. You can't unsee it once you see it. I mean, fuck. Yeah. Do I have any gas in this car? Yeah, okay, I'm good. I didn't have to pit. I wasn't even paying attention to my driving. I'm just all... Forgive me, I'm a bit stoned right now, right? So I'm just rambling on about all sorts of shit that I probably shouldn't say on YouTube. I'm sure I'll get demonetized for the things I've talked about.
It's automatic.
Yeah. This is actually a really nice car. The 1.1. Good gas mileage. Handles nice. Yeah, the car I own in real life, it's a 6-speed. It's got a 6-speed close ratio manual. I do in real life. In video games, I just don't hold my controller properly to use manual. But, you know, if I had a wheel, a seat, and a shifter, yeah. Just can't buy anything anymore because I have to move all the time.
For sports, automatic is good, but for fun, manual is good.
Yeah. It's strange, like my car is manual, but it also has cruise control. So, yeah. Sometimes when I'm driving down the highway, I just fucking pop it in cruise control. Just putt along. But when I'm on a windy mountain road, I like to run the high RPM. Yeah, I know, right? So anytime you take it out of gear, it shuts off your cruise control. So then you put it back into gear and you hit the resume button. Yeah, it's complicated. It's weird to drive. Because not only that, you've got 3 different torque settings too. You've got your economy, your normal, and your sport mode, which all change the torque and your throttle response and the stiffness of your steering. And then you've got the 6-speed manual, so you're shifting a lot whether you're going uphill or downhill. And then you've got your cruise control for when you're just cruising down the highway on level ground. But you can just be in cruise control and then just adjust your torque too. So if you're going up a hill, you put it in sport mode. If you're going down a hill, you put it in eco mode. You know, if you want to save gas, you run in eco mode. But yeah, it's weird. It's almost like you need 3 hands to drive the car. It took a little getting used to. But it's cool. Once you're used to it, it's fucking dope. But I won't let anybody drive it because they don't know how to drive it. Honda only made that car, that version, 1 year. There's only 3,500 of my car that was ever made. That's all they made that year was 3,500. And now there's probably only about 200 or 300 that actually exist of that particular year, make, and model. The rest of them all been crashed. Most likely. Crashed or blown up.
I got a turtle named Master Oogway.
Okay. I'm gonna have a quick smoke. Wow, man, I'm fucking stoned. I did not expect to get so stoned. Well, I didn't take anything today. Like, I wasn't going to, so it's been quite a bit of time.
What should I name the female one?
Oh, I don't know. What's the robot from fucking the robot girl from?
Starving to stop world hunger.
What's that? Hold on, I'll go back inside and read it. Just a second. What's that about world hunger? We can ban starving to stop world hunger. No, we could literally take our military budgets, though, and rebuild the entire planet to be peaceful and provide food for everyone. And we can stop killing ourselves whenever we choose to. But the strange thing is, we're actually living in hell. That's the other theory, too. You actually are simultaneously living in multiple realities at the same time. It's fucked up. So imagine playing Grand Theft Auto on Xbox, PC, and PlayStation in 3 different lobbies. And then jumping between them. And each character will likely have a lot of the same things because you'll like the same things, right? So you have the same cars, the same weapons, the same penthouse, that kind of thing. But you'll have different friends and different lifestyles in each game. Now this is fucked up because I told you I was going to church this last 6 months. I've had these weird experiences like in the last month, say 40 days. I've had some really weird experiences, man. Like seriously. This one dream I had, I'm just standing there and a meteorite falls and lands in front of me. And this hairless dog with red skin runs up and tries to eat the meteorite. And I run over and I try to stop the dog from eating this meteorite. And this demon walks up to me, and the dog belongs to the demon. And then the demon looks at me, and it didn't have horns or anything. He was another guy with red skin, hairless. But the pupils of his eyes, when he looked at me, you could see fire in the pupils of his eyes, right? And then it shocked me at first, but I wasn't afraid of anything. And then I looked over to my side, and there's huge white guy, chiseled white guy standing there, and he motioned to protect me. And essentially the demon walked away with the dog, and it was like the demon was letting me out of hell, and he gave me over to this huge chiseled white guy. So that was one thing. Then a couple weeks later, I had these 5 dreams in one night of 5 friends of mine that were all together in like a gang, and I was in a different reality, and they were having a going away party for me, where they fucking were throwing mud at me, and the mud would get you stoned, and they would steal my car, and they'd punch me out, and they'd stab me and stuff, and they were laughing, and we were all having a good time about it because it looked like you couldn't die or whatever, and there was like a going away party. I was getting kicked out of hell, and they were mad that I was abandoning them. They felt that they were being abandoned. And at the very end, this girl walks up to me. She must have been a girlfriend of mine, and she stabbed me in the balls with a knife and then walked away. And I'm just standing there, right? This other girl walks up to me and says, "Aren't you going to call an ambulance or the police?" And I just look at her like, this isn't real, right? This isn't real. This is a different dimension, But yeah, I had this going away party, like, where I got released out of jail with... Yeah, I do. But yeah, I don't know how to really interpret any of that shit, honestly. Like, nothing like that's ever happened before. But it is pretty fucking weird. Well, yeah, they have one of those in this game. All right, we need a different 800 car. Something cool, though. So don't take anything that I've been saying like too seriously. Like, I'm fucking stoned. I'm telling you, for real. Let me just run that in lean mode. There we go. 10 laps. What do I get? 3.5 laps? Well, this car doesn't really have that great a mileage. Yeah.
The front of our house puts his Swift in reverse and went into our house. That's why I was gone for a second.
Do you live in America? That sounds like something that would happen in America.
No.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what to say, man. We got some pretty bad drivers in Canada too, though, like for real. Especially Vancouver. Like, no offense, I mean, like, I don't mean, it's not a racist thing, but Chinese people can't fucking drive. Like, you know, like seriously. I don't know, man. Like, can you name any fucking Chinese F1 race car drivers?
Thank fucking God my mom and dad took the car out already.
I know there's got to be at least one Chinese F1 driver. On the other hand, Mexicans can drive. Mexicans drive like crazy. Same with East Indians. Holy shit. I have no idea how the fuck they drive in India, man. There's no stoplights. There's fucking traffic going in every direction. And nobody's getting in an accident. So, but they can drive though, man. Like, have you seen like the roads and traffic in India? I don't know how these guys are alive. I can't even imagine. I don't even know how to cross the fucking street in India, man. Just looking at it, it scares the shit out of me. Like literally, you know, they're everywhere, going in every direction. Yeah. When I go to Vancouver, man, I try to get the fuck out of that city as soon as possible. Because it's full of fucking, like, Chinese people and East Indians. You know. It's crazy. Like, the Chinese people, they have no idea where they're going on the road. But then there's Americans. Like, they've got electric cars and they're trying to put gas in it. You know? So, like, I don't know what's going on there. Well, yeah, you know. On the pizza box, it tells you to remove the box before you eat the pizza. It doesn't do that in Canada. You know, we don't have those instructions in Canada. You know? You know, I'm sure you've seen those photos and stuff that say we're not going to make it. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know, like, yeah, this, I don't know. It could be the food. It could be the education system. I don't know. I mean, no offense to Americans or anything, but the is a three-letter word spelled T-H-E. It's not pronounced duh and spelled D-U.
India is the best road to drive.
Yeah. You know, I would like to see the Crew 2 make a European map. You know, like they did with the American map. The only thing that's going to bring the Crew 2 back from the dead is if they make a European map. A map of Europe, China, India. To bring on the whole fucking European continent. It's a shame. Like, the Crew 2 is actually a really good racing game, but those guys, they screwed up their driving dynamics.
So they're moving to Bangkok.
No, like I look at Bangkok and it's all hookers and drugs, right? The whole place, hookers, drugs, you know. And if you're not a local, you're the victim.
But the traffic though kills lots of PPL for real. They won't let
Oh yeah, I know. I have a brother, he went over there for a vacation, he died. You know, they said that he wiped out on his motorcycle and hit a tree, but I'm pretty sure he overdosed on drugs, right? But yeah, my brother died over there. I don't know. It just doesn't look, I don't know. anytime I look at videos about people living there, the women are all, you know, hookers. All the women are like hookers, and they're all trying to scam you out of your money. All right?
Damn sorry for you.
Yeah, well, it was a while ago. I got 7 brothers, so I still got lots left. Oh shit. One thing I noticed about young people though is that their reaction times are a lot better. They're like computers and their hard drives are empty. So they're not bogged down by all this background running programs. So as you age, you gain knowledge and shit. It's like a computer with too much software running in the background. But when you're young, you can run, your operating system runs better.
I got good reaction time. Hyphen.
That's another thing I noticed about Mexicans. I think it has to do with the cocaine in their diet. Is that they've got really good reaction time. And, you know, they're fast. And that's just something that would be genetically part of their DNA from having the coca plants around. It's just chewing on the coca leaves sharpens you up. And that goes way back in history. Oh shit, I gotta remember to pit. Where the hell is the pit?
I saw a marijuana in my streets and I gave it to a cow skull.
Okay. I am just totally cheating here. I keep cutting the corners on this. I keep missing the turns, like I can't see what I'm doing. This car is hard to see. The steering wheel is always in your way when you're trying to turn. So you can't see where you're, like, what's coming up ahead of you when you're making a turn. And I don't remember where the pit is. Where the hell's the pit?
Now I want to drink its milk.
Yeah. That's nasty. You know, now cows are getting the fucking bird flu, man. What do you think about that? Alright, it's got to tell me to pit somewhere. Okay, there's a pit around here. Where is it?
Not an Indian PPL or immortal.
Probably.
Whose name will turtle Sasha?
I keep trying to remember the girl from the livery in Grand Theft Auto, the robot girl. Bubblegum fucking whatever her name is. You know what I'm talking about.
I want to be Rasid, I mean a race car driver.
I wanted to do that too, man. I used to be really sharp, but you know, I slowed the fuck down once I started drinking. Alcohol just fucking ruined that. And age. You know. Age will do that to you too. As you get older, you get a really slow reaction time. Your eyesight starts to go. You know, your teeth start going on you. Your hearing starts going. Everything starts going. You know. So, when you're gonna be a race car driver, you gotta do that. Start out young. But you need a lot of fucking money too if you're gonna get into that. Or you gotta get sponsored somehow. I'm too old for this shit. But let's just say I've been playing Gran Turismo since it was on PS1. Sometimes. I like hard candies and stuff. My dog likes candy too. I'm not really big on chocolate, but I have a lot of chocolate around the house. Chocolate's actually pretty healthy for you. It's an antitoxin or something like that.
I like candies which make me drunk, for example drugs.
You can get a sugar high from candies, you know.
Give me some chocolate.
Yeah. I got caramel bars, I got Aero bars, I got Kit Kat poppers. And some other shit. I don't know. A lot of the times when I go to a vacation home, it'll come with like gift baskets. I live in a ski resort right now, but I've been traveling for the last forever, honestly. So what I've been doing right now with the economy that's all fucked up is I'll go to the ski resorts in the summertime when the ski hill is closed, because they've got all these really nice vacation homes that are empty and they're cheap because they're empty, right? So there's lots to choose from, and you can get a really good deal living at a ski resort in the summertime. Fortunately, the ski resort that I'm at is also a mountain bike park in the summer. So you put your mountain bike on the chairlift, they take you to the top of the hill, and you ride your mountain bike down the fucking hill. And that's a lot of fun. So that's what I'm going to be doing for July and August. But then in the summertime, or in the wintertime, I'll go and live at the lake resorts and go ice fishing and shit like that. Because the lake resorts are also all vacant in the fucking winter. So you get, again, a good deal on a vacation home in the winter time at lake resorts. So every 6 months I move somewhere different, and it's been pretty cool.
I really want to race, Ivan.
I don't know what happened to all my PlayStation friends. You know, I used to log into my PS4 and there'd be like 150, 200 fucking friends of mine playing, right? And then I could just jump in and play with them. But ever since I got the PS5, all my fucking PlayStation friends are gone, right? And that's just been, I've been fucking solo playing these games now ever since I got PS5. Which kind of sucks. On the same note though, there also hasn't been any really good games that have come out on PS5 that weren't garbage on release, right? I mean, Cyberpunk came out right away on PS5, and that was trash. You couldn't play it with anybody anyways. And then Grand Theft Auto, once I switched my PS5 account over, I couldn't play with any of my PS4 friends in Grand Theft Auto, so that kind of became boring. Red Dead Online, they stopped updating it, so nobody plays Red Dead anymore. You know, And then Gran Turismo, it was pretty much shit when it came out too. And they've kind of improved it. But by the time that came around, I pretty much already lost all my contacts with my PlayStation 4 friends. Right? And then Battlefield 2042. I don't know how to get in touch with anybody, but I've got like, I think 20 people that are on my friends list that have the game, but I never see any of them online playing it. All right. So, yeah. I need a new social group. That's why I was kind of thinking about going to Xbox, you know. But I'm pretty sure what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell my PS5. I'm going to sell my MacBook Pro. I'm going to buy a gaming laptop. And then I'll be playing Grand Theft Auto 6 on my gaming laptop when it comes out. I'll probably do that when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. As I'll buy the game on my laptop. And there I'll be able to properly make videos, live stream properly with, you know, overlays and all that other shit. And it'll just be more portable. I don't like the way the PS5 is packaged. It's a pain in the ass. You know, you have to keep the box. You always have to put it back in the box when you move. You can't just throw it in your suitcase and take it with you. Yeah. I have that game. I have no idea what the fuck it is. But there was also another game that came out this month. Some kind of cyberpunk type shooter game of some sort. I downloaded it, but I haven't turned it on and looked at it yet. Like Blade Runner or something. I forgot what it was called. But I got it. It wasn't a big game. Oh yeah, for sure. That's the only game I actually have any confidence in at this point. But I imagine it's gonna come out with bugs and shit too. Right? But this world is just getting really fucked up. Like, I'm at a point where I'm becoming as mobile and as possible. Right? I'm shopping around now for a go bag, like a backpack, with a tent, a sleeping bag, and some basic survival gear, where I can live for maybe a week if I had to.
2026.
Yeah. So like I've downsized to fuck all down. I'm down to like a suitcase, a dog, you know, a projector instead of a TV, you know, like I'm traveling really light now. I really have very little that anybody can fucking steal from me, or very little that I can lose, you know. Yeah. Like in Canada, like, fuck, man, we're just going into forest fire season. And I'm pretty sure, like, you know, our country's gonna be on fucking fire all summer long, you know. And you need to be able to grab your shit and go. But yeah, like, you know, the world's getting crazy, man. So you need to be able to grab your shit and go. You need to be on the move quickly. You don't want to be tied down to too much, I don't think. You know, and anything like, even a house, like I'm thinking to myself, fuck, you know, I'm kind of glad I didn't buy a house. Because now the governments are just fucking charging you ridiculous property taxes. Insurance companies are charging you stupid insurance rates. Like now, you know, and then financing companies, mortgage rates are through the roof. Like, fuck me, man. Like, everybody's losing all their shit.
What happened to the crash?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, like somebody crashed into your house. Yeah, you might want to go take a look at that. You know, just say it. Might be worth taking a look at. You know, I don't mind, you know, you stepping away from the live stream. Somebody just drove a car into your fucking house. Yeah, you should go look at that. Where the fuck time is it? Whew, been on for 4 hours? Oh yeah, I'm stoned. I gotta take a leak, man. Give me a minute, I'll be back. Alright, I'm gonna have a quick smoke here. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Smiley. I had to take a leak. I was sitting there playing and racing for a while. I guess I've been on for like 4 hours now. And I think I've only had like 2 cigarettes, so I'm gonna have a smoke here real quick. I got some weed, man. I should smoke some fucking weed. You know? I'm actually glad to see everybody. You know, it's been nice, you know, fucking having people pop in. I haven't seen you guys in a while. Can't believe I've been live streaming now for 14 fucking years. All these years, man. People come, people go. Sometimes even I disappear for a fucking year, but then I come back. It's crazy. Lots happened in the last 14 years. But it sure has gone by fast, I tell you. It's gone by real fast. I'm looking at the ski resort that I'm at right now, and I've lived now at fucking like 5 different houses at the ski resort. And even that's crazy, you know? I'm looking around like, hey, I used to live over there. Oh, I used to live over there too. Oh, I used to live over there. But it's a good ski resort.
COVID messed up the world's
Oh,
for real.
for real, totally, man. COVID messed everything up for everybody, man. You know, I lost my business and everything with that shit. People's money, my savings, everything got fucked right up, dude. I'm lucky somehow I managed to fucking bounce back a little bit. You know? The last year I spent at the lake, I managed to save quite a bit of money. So, I have to say I'm pretty happy about that. I mean, not a lot, but I mean, I managed to save some of what I fucking spent with COVID.
Texas, would you move there?
It's pretty hot. I don't know, maybe. You know. But this, you know, immigration war is going on in Texas now. You got these cartels saying we're gonna fucking kill everybody in Texas. That doesn't sound very, very reassuring, you know. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Only 140 for that, though?
At least in Texas you can own arms and hold your ground.
Yeah, true that.
Balances it out.
Yeah, kinda. I can never win this 600 fucking performance point race, man. I hate that fucking thing. I so hate that race. Okay, so we need another 800 car here. That gets reasonably good gas mileage. Too bad this Ferrari VGT. Yeah, right? Like, for real. I don't know if I can win with this Honda. I'm gonna have to pit a lot. It might be fast though. Where's that McLaren VGT? There was two of them. I only see one. That's the GR1. That's 767.
Imaging all over for no reason. Never drinking tap water again.
Yeah.
Worst mistake of my life.
My dog drank fucking pond water, and I have to say, she had explosive diarrhea. It was pretty bad. Like, really bad. You know, yeah. Yeah, really bad. But at least she's trained to use the bathtub. Yeah, but yeah. I can't see anybody. Oh, there we go. This car does not feel like it's very fast. The hell? Do I have its fucking speed set at? $290? I don't feel like it's doing even close to 290. Huh, well. I guess that's because I had it in fucking lean mode. 10 laps. What's it reading? 5, 6. Let's see what it says here. Pushing 7 laps. I'm climbing. 6.8, 6.9, 7. I don't mind pitting. 7.6. Oh, hell no, man. No shit, dude. You'd never eat fucking gas station sushi. Shit. If I'm anywhere, if I'm even remotely, like, more than 50 kilometers away from the ocean, you don't eat sushi. I don't even eat gas station hot dogs, man. I made that mistake. I ate a Las Vegas hot dog out of a vending machine. Oh my god, that was horrible. But I was really drunk. You know?
70% off.
Yeah, guess why? Yeah, 70% off, as in, like, you know, expired. Probably. Oh, man, that's brutal, dude. Like, the other ski resort I was at has fucking a sushi place, and I wouldn't go there because the closest fucking, it was like fucking like the ocean's like 600 kilometers away, and you're at a ski resort. What the fuck are you doing with a sushi shop at a ski resort 600 kilometers away from the ocean? You know it's not fresh, right? Like, you just know. All right, 8.4 means I'm gonna have to pit anyways. So we're gonna put her in power mode. Let's see how many laps we get out of this in power mode. She's dropping pretty fast. .3, 6.2, 6. This is actually one of my favorite cars. It was my favorite car when I first got the game. Well, my first car that I bought in the game was the Lamborghini VGT. Like, the very first race that I did, I got a ticket and it gave me $1 million. And I was like, what? So I went and bought the Lamborghini VGT right off the bat. And I had a lot of fun with that car. And then I ran across this one. Got great visibility. Good gas mileage. You know. Yeah. And then McLaren actually made this in real life, which is cool. But they put a V10 engine in it. So that's also kind of cool. But it's a single passenger car, you know, enough to piss all your friends off, but you can't take them with you, so they never know how cool it is, right? Same with the Lambo. They also made that in real life, but same thing. It's only a single passenger vehicle, so nobody really knows. You're not going to let anybody drive it, right? So they'll never know how cool the car is. They're just jealous that you have one. Oh, I got rain. How bad is the rain? It looks mild. I can push a lap, I think.
You should move to Washington, D.C.
That's probably not that bad of a place. No, hell no. No. Like my girlfriend, like she came up, but she wanted to invest in black water. You know? I'm like, why? No, nobody's going to want to buy black water. But apparently it was a thing, you know. It's also funny, like you go to Japan, they've got white Coca-Cola. Like the Coca-Cola is white. Have you ever seen that? Japan's at a whole new level, man. Like, they even have heated sidewalks, for fuck's sakes. So, like, if it snows, they don't have to shovel the sidewalks. It's cool. I mean, I like Japan. I like Dubai too. Like, I would have thought about living in Dubai. You know, except for I would probably get killed because I'm not culturally in tune with their laws. I'd probably end up in jail. So, but Dubai was on my list of places to go. Japan is on my list of places to go. Iceland, on my places to go. Probably, yeah. Yeah. You know, Greenland is also pretty fucking awesome. What's really interesting about Iceland and Greenland is You can just be straight up with some chick, you know, and you can like, you want to get laid, and she'll be yes or no, like straight up. You know, you don't have to like beat around the bush or nothing. Oh fuck, I was supposed to pit. Oh, maybe I already passed the rain. It doesn't look so bad. I'm not sure if that's rain coming in or rain passed already. But I think I was going to put on some racing tires. What do you mean? I got more rain coming in. Who's on crack? I'm on MDA, but not crack. Crack is yucky. If you want to feel like you got robbed, that's the drug you do. Feel like you just got fucking robbed, man. You wake up the next day, you're like, where'd my $1,000 go? Yeah. That's it.
How about move to South Dakota?
I don't know much about South Dakota. But I mean, I would not want to be anywhere in like remotely close to fucking Tornado Alley. You know what I mean? With what I know about climate change, you know, if there's anywhere around that has tornadoes in the past, we'll expect them to be hurricanes in the future. It's gonna get worse, right? So, I can't believe these guys, they have their house wiped out by a fucking tornado, and instead of moving, they rebuild their house and stay there. Yeah, okay. Like that's, you know, like anybody in Florida right now, like they're completely oblivious. Florida is not going to be there in 5 years. You know, in 3 years you won't be able to sell your house in Florida. Nobody's going to want to buy it. It's going to be sinking. It's going to be gone. Florida's going to be underwater in 5 years. Seattle is going to be underwater as well. Like, ideally, you want to be 500 kilometers away from the ocean, 500 kilometers away from subduction zones, and 500 kilometers away from volcanoes, and 5,000 feet above sea level. Those are the safe places to live. When you take a look at a map. So, yeah. If you're looking at buying a house, just saying. And you actually plan to live there and pay it off.
You like Washington, D.C.?
If I'm guessing correctly, is Washington, D.C. On the Canadian border?
Golden Retriever. Move to Portland, Oregon.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure where Washington D.C. is. It's either south of New York or east of Seattle. I'm trying to figure that out. Or one's Washington State is south of Seattle, north of Colorado. Like north of Colorado would be all right. Like on the Canadian border. Like, I just don't see much of America being there in 10 years in terms of whether it's going to be a livable region with the effects of climate change. So, like, well, I'm kind of concerned about America.
Put the new Neuralink chip shit in your brain.
I don't think I would be hooking my shit up to no Neuralink. Like, maybe if I was quadriplegic and I wanted to walk again, yeah, okay, but I wouldn't be volunteering, you know, to be hacked. Can you imagine? Elon Musk is like, yes, we are Borg and we will assimilate you. Resistance is futile. Yeah, I don't know, man. It doesn't sound like a good idea.
Turned out like cyberpunk.
Yeah, right? With a second heart, bring you back to fucking life. I don't know, man. I guess that's kind of like wearing a pacemaker. You know, if you have a heart attack and you have a pacemaker, it literally electrocutes your heart back to life. Automatically fucking lights you back up. So it is kind of like, you know, being borged out a little. I'm trying to find the indicator on my dash whether my headlights are on or not. One of high beams or low beams. Not telling me nothing.
Your lung is already black even if you stop smoking.
Yeah, I know. But, you know, the way the world's going, I mean, we're all gonna die anyways, right? So, like, do I really want to live, you know, in a fucked up world ruled by artificial intelligence and robots? Because that's what we've done to ourselves, right? Like, we opened Pandora's box when we fucking launched AI. And all these countries are already weaponizing it. And, you know, I don't know, man, if you've seen Terminator or not, but, yeah, Skynet is active. They're already fucking have Skynet running in Israel right now. The United States has got Skynet up. China's got Skynet up. They're already building fucking Terminators over in China. We got a whole assembly line of fucking humanoid robots in China ready for war. You know, so yeah. I am not looking at, you know, the future here. It doesn't look fucking very good for the human beings in 10 years. You know. Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, the future of war, what I'm seeing right now is basically China could literally build, you know, 2 billion drones, right? And then just drop them over America with facial recognition software. And they'll just go and fucking, each drone will be like a grenade. And it'll just fly up to you and blow itself up. And it'll kill every living person on the fucking, on the continent. Billions of these things will just go and kill every living person on the continent. There'll be fuck all you can do about it. And then they'll just come over when the batteries are dead. And fucking just take everything. You know, that's where warfare is going. Tiny little fucking drones. Or viruses that are, you know, genetically tuned to kill certain cultures, right? Where maybe the Chinese people would be immune to it, but everybody else wouldn't be immune to the virus. Or they'd already vaccinate their own population, and then they'd release the virus on everybody else, right? Which is what seems to be going on in China right now, believe it or not. They've been doing that the last 6 months. They started vaccinating people for viruses that we don't know about yet, which is kind of creepy. So, yeah, there's always that. Everybody just gets sick and dies, and then they come over and take over everything. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really have a lot of confidence in humanity anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure.
Another planet you'll be alone forever.
Well, that's Elon Musk's plan, right? Like, you know, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like, the billionaires are all like, yeah, we need to get the fuck out of here. Yeah. You know, but that's also kind of fucked up. Can you imagine? You know, you go to Mars and now you're in Elon Musk's communist fucking planet. All right? And we're going to have the same problems over there that you have here when it comes to politics and greed, selfishness, right? So, yeah, it's kind of sad, really. I don't know what to say, man. What do you do? Like, what do you do, right? I mean, you could kill 90% of the people on the planet and then properly educate the next generation, right? Is really the only thing you can do. It's a whole next generation education system that needs to be put in place that stems away from greed and selfishness, ego, and that kind of thing, right? You know, where people are praised for their contribution to society instead of praised for the crimes that they've committed and got away with, you know? So, I mean, that's where Hollywood has really fucked us, you know? Is they really glorified crime and that kind of thing. Sex, drugs, crime has all been glorified in Hollywood because it got people's attention. So they made movies and all this shit about it. And now people are growing up with that as, you know, what they look up to, their role model in life, what they strive to be as a gangster. So, I mean, that's just been so damaging to society as a whole that it's unrepairable without, you know, removing the current generations and starting over with a new generation and educating them properly. Not to say that that's even going to work, you know, because there's some people that are just born to fucking, you know, psychopaths, right? They're born to kill people. They're born to be selfish. They're born, you know, with huge egos. It's just the way they are. So, I really don't know what to say for humanity other than we killed ourselves when we opened up Pandora's box with artificial intelligence. Because AI is going to wipe us the fuck out, without a doubt. We'll be slaves to it. We'll no longer be at the top of the food chain. And you can't put AI back in the box. Everybody's fucking competing now. All these countries around the world are using it, and they're competing for who's got the best AI now, so we're screwed. And at the rate it's gonna advance is scary, you know. In less than 3 years, you're gonna have humanoid robots walking around, rebuilding themselves in more advanced ways. You know, even an EMP might be the only thing that might save us from that kind of bullshit. is if all the electricity and all the technology and everything got wiped out by a massive EMP. You know, all the satellites got shut down, all the electricity gets shut down, and we don't reconstruct it for a long time. And we learn from our mistake with AI. Which might actually happen, you know. One big ass solar flare from the sun might just wipe everything out. Or a series of them. And that might be the one thing that'll end up saving humanity at the end of the day. But yeah, I don't know, man. We're in big trouble, that's for sure. Any thoughts?
You've been lit for 4 hours.
Yeah. But I'm high as fuck. It only feels like I've been on for 15 minutes. You know? We don't have a 10 lap? Oh, there's 10 laps. Alright. What car should we use for this one? Oh, I can't get this down to fucking 800. Let's try this one for 800. Of course, this Spider's a pretty good car, too. This is going to be pretty awful on gas. Well, that's with racing media. What happened to my music? Man, my tunes are dead. 1 second. Wow, we listened to the whole fucking playlist. No. Oops.
When is next stream?
I don't know. I don't really want to make a commitment or anything, because then if I miss it, you'll all be mad at me. Just stay subscribed, I guess, and you'll get a notification when I come on. I mean, some people are subscribed, but they don't turn on the notifications, which is understandable, because, like, some people only subscribe for one particular game, and I play lots of them. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. But for those people that are subscribed and have the notifications turned on, well, when I stream, it'll send you an email or whatever. I mean, I've been offline for like almost, well, for a year. I hadn't done any live streaming because of the Starlink internet, but, you know, I'm back for now. It's just kind of fun. I really missed, like, being able to just game and chat with people on stuff. know. This is the first live stream I've ever done while doing fucking MDA. Of course, this is the first time I've done MDA in like 20 years, too, so. But in Canada now, that shit. I don't know where Minnesota is. But I think, like I said, you know, pretty much all of America is not going to be livable in 10 years. So I wouldn't buy a house there, I don't think. You know what I mean? I'm looking at going further north, honestly. I want to get farther and farther away from the big cities. Because even in Canada now, man, like, it's the crime, the drugs, the bullshit. Everybody's angry, you know, or literally, man, like, everybody's angry. You just don't want to be I don't know, like, I did find one spot, like this lake resort that I was at.
I like the music in the background.
Yeah, what happened to it? It died again. I think I have to go and restart the playlist is what I need to do. Driving. Is it gonna play them all? There we go. Yeah, I actually went through the whole playlist. That's what it did. Wow, so I have been on for a while. Sure doesn't feel like it though. And I'm not like racing the tracks that make me a whole lot of money either. But I'm doing the endurance races on different tracks. Which is good. Like, I'm just so sick of racing the same 3 races all the time, right? You know, like the 3 money races that this game has.
Massachusetts.
Again, that's like in Central America. That place is gonna be wiped out. It'll be wiped right out, man. I'd consider like northwest Montana. Pretty much anywhere along the U.S.-Canadian border, basically, are going to be places that'll be okay, but anything east of that Yosemite National Park, where they've got the super volcano, that's all going to be wiped out. You know, when that volcano blows, man, you're screwed. And depending on how bad it is, you know, you might have a survivable chance if you're west of it. But anything east of it is going to be covered in ash cloud from hell. And you can always mark this live stream and come back to it in 3 years, and then you'll believe me. But you know, even right now, there's a good chance that tactical nuclear weapons could be used next month. As soon as next month. Like, seriously. They could be used as soon as next week, for fuck's sakes. Like, I'm watching what's going on. The last 3 days. Yeah, like I would move out to Easter Island. Easter Island sounds like a good place. You know? Yeah, Easter Island. I could probably work with that. You know, I actually looked at it last week. You know, there's only 8,500 people living on Easter Island. And it's in the middle of fucking nowhere. It doesn't have any major economy that anybody's gonna want to steal. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But it could also get wiped out by hurricanes and shit. You know. But your chances of dying from a virus on Easter Island are pretty low. Just because of how little contact they have with the rest of the world. On the other hand, they don't really have a hospital there. You know, a couple witch doctors is about it. But really good fishing, right? I mean, you can literally live on fish and whatever you can grow out there and farm. But there is also a huge-ass volcano on the island, too, so that volcano could pop. But considering that it hasn't in tens of thousands of years, probably might be still okay. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg went for fucking Hawaii. That's where he built his fucking bunker. Did you hear about the scientist that went and lived under the ocean for 90 days? And then when he came out, he was 10 years younger? Which is pretty crazy. He actually became 10 years younger from living under the ocean for 3 months. Apparently the pressurization did something to his cells which reversed aging. And this was all recent news. They were just talking about that in the news a couple days ago. I used to miss those days where I used to live stream fucking 20 hours a day. And then YouTube killed it. They took all my live streams that were over 12 hours long, they took them all down. I must have had a good 50 live streams that were over, you know, that were a good 20 hours long. Aside from being a bit hungry, I could still sit here and probably race for another fucking few hours. Oh shit, where's the pit? Where's the pit? Where'd everybody go?
There's nowhere to move at.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's Alaska, New Zealand, Iceland, Alaska. I mean, you gotta consider that with global warming, all that ice up north is gonna be gone, right? So, it's not gonna be as cold. That's why, like, Canada's good because, you know, as the climate changes, you can just keep moving further north. Where a lot of the other countries, once you're there, you're pretty much stuck there. I mean, it's good for Russia too. And the same with Peru, like you can move south. But everything in the middle is not going to be livable, like where the equator is, you know. It's just going to become a larger and larger region where it's going to be unlivable. And with that also goes the grow seasons, all the food, all the vegetables, anything that's grown in those areas is not going to grow anymore. So there's going to be definitely an issue about food insecurity around the world. People be killing each other for a fucking apple. It's kind of crazy, man. I mean, maybe with artificial intelligence and robots, they might be able to grow food there, but the people won't be able to live there to do it. Alright? I mean, I don't even know what you'd be able to grow in 50 plus degree Celsius weather, right? Everything will be a freaking desert. And they found an ocean 700 kilometers inside the Earth. Yeah, I mean, that's a reasonable place, except for the cost of living is stupid and the crime rate is out of this world. Alright. I would go north of Toronto to the Muskoka Lakes, but again, so is all the criminals from Toronto are going to go there. I've lived in the Muskokas before. It's pretty nice, you know, a lot of billionaires there. And that's like 3 hours north of Toronto. But like the Northwest Territories in Canada is probably a good spot to invest in land, you know, to be honest. The Yukon and the Northwest Territories, for one, like all that area has been covered by ice for thousands of years, and it's crazy because you can just be literally walking along and you'll find like 2-pound gold nuggets just sitting on the ground because the ice has finally melted and revealed it, and it's just been sitting there for thousands of years. Nobody's been able to get to it. But now that all that ice is melting, there's gold. There's literally everywhere. Diamonds, emeralds, rubies, everywhere, man. So as the ice melts, it's just revealing all these minerals that the world was littered with beforehand, right? It's like as common as the fucking we have garbage all over the world up in the Yukon and the Northwest Territories in Alaska. As those glaciers and the ice all melts, there's literally like gold and silver, platinum, gems and stuff. And you can easily find it just by tracking lightning strikes, you know. You get a model of recorded lightning strikes around those regions, and lightning's going to hit areas that have highly conductive metals, like gold, platinum, and silver. So if you see lightning hitting the same spot repetitively, it's going to tell you there's a massive gold deposit there. And yeah, you go for a fucking little road trip and a hike, and bring a metal detector with you and a shovel. And the cool thing about the lightning is when it hits it, if the gold is all broken up into little nuggets, it'll typically fuse together into one massive nugget from the lightning strike. So you go up there and you'll find yourself like a fucking 10-pound gold nugget.
Like Michigan, would you move there?
I don't know enough about it. Really? I'm not sure where that is. Michigan. Was that like by Detroit? Like, America's going to do everything it can to save New York, right? And there is a possibility they could essentially save New York. But it's scheduled to be buried underwater in 10 years too. And it's amazing, you know, 10 years is not that long, man. We've been bitching about climate change for 20 years and doing nothing about it. We've had 20 years notice to do something about it, and we've done nothing. And now we're basically at the point of no return. Once we hit that 2-degree mark, it's irreversible. And we're at 1.5 of that 2-degree mark. So we're a half a degree away from the point of no return. And instead of fucking worrying about climate change, we're blowing so much shit up and lighting oil refineries on fire and engaging in war. The amount of carbon that the war in the Ukraine and what's going on in the Gaza Strip is just making everything that we've done to combat climate change for the last 20 years, just flushing it all down the toilet. So, you know, as soon as people start throwing tactical nuclear bombs around, we're fucked. You know, and as the population decreases, you got to keep into consideration, we have 450 active nuclear power plants in the world right now, and another 50 scheduled to be built. And that's not including all the nuclear submarines, nuclear aircraft carriers, and nuclear weapons that are in the world. You know, and who the hell is going to take care of all that shit if 90% of society gets killed off from climate change or natural disasters, you know? And what about all the nuclear waste that we've just been dumping, you know? That's another problem too. It's like we're fucked, man. I don't even bear bad news, but might as well kiss your ass goodbye. When people are like, how come you don't quit smoking? Well, I don't really see myself living that long whether I do or I don't quit smoking. I don't see anybody living that long. I mean, I've known about this shit pretty much my whole life. It's one of the main reasons why I never had kids. I just didn't, you know, want my kids to fucking go through this shit. But then there's always that ignorance is bliss. You know how they say smart people are really depressed? Well, it's because they know too much. And when people don't know fuck all, they're all pretty damn happy. So I don't mean to make anybody depressed out there, but you know. The rich people in the world traded everybody's lives so they can be richer. We've all been traded it. We cashed in, man. Cashed in. Oh, I'm only $1 million away from 20 mil. So I can make another bad purchasing decision in this game. Can't believe I bought that $20 million car. And it's not very good. It might have been good. I probably just ruined it, though. I cannot win any of these fucking Formula One races, man. I've never, I got 0 on all the Formula One races. That's 8 laps. Ten laps. It doesn't look like a very fun track. I don't think Brands Hatch has anything that pays anything on this. 110,000. Any America maps? Any of these any good? Watkins, Michelin. Watkins.
You brush your teeth every day?
Usually, but I do occasionally miss the odd day. But I've got a $350 electric toothbrush, which is pretty amazing. And I give $2,000 a year in free dental care. So I can go in and get my teeth professionally cleaned twice a year if I want, which I do. So like every 6 months I'll go in and get my teeth done. So I got no cavities or nothing, like my teeth are in good shape.
You like fireworks?
I do, yeah, man. Fireworks are awesome. GR1. What was the performance points on this? 950. Oh, fuck me. Turbo. 5 laps for 90,000. Five laps, turbo, huh? Regulation cars. That's weird. This is turbo? This one's turbo too. Oh, racing intermediate tires.
Is fireworks legal in Canada?
Yep, they are. We have fireworks in Canada. Let's see if we can do this one. 5 laps. Turbocharged. I don't think this does anything with gas mileage, so it might. I forgot to check that. Whatever. I don't think so, though. Yeah. I don't have to worry about gas with this guy. Whoa. There's no tire damage either. Well, probably driving this with old settings. I am. This was championship settings. Maybe that's what I should do as the championship. I think it was an 800 championship that runs you through the five races. See, like, they really need to bring more of that back into this game. But I guess Gran Turismo is just all about multiplayer. Like, the whole single player part of the game, I don't know, they didn't really focus much on it. It kind of just, yeah, it's been a letdown. I got bought this game for the single player part. Like, Gran Turismo always had a really good single player game. They've done a few things which are just kind of mistakes from what I can tell. Like, they keep focusing on things that they're not good at instead of duplicating things that they are good at. You know what I mean? Like, successful leaders will take the top 20% of what they're doing and they duplicate that. Leaders that typically fail will focus on what they're not good at and try to make it good. And when you do that, you're ignoring the things that made you successful in the first place. Because at the end of the day, there's only so many hours in a day to work on things. And if you spend all your time focusing on things that you're not good at, sure, you might improve them. But in the same note, you're neglecting all the things that you are good at. So what made you successful in the first place gets neglected. And then you fail to succeed in the future. Because you keep focusing on things that you're not good at, trying to improve them. Where when it comes to a game like Gran Turismo, I mean, they've made 3 really good single-player races that people play, a lot of. And instead of duplicating that, they keep trying to get us to race, like, rally races. They ignore the single-player in the game, and they keep pushing daily races for multiplayer, you know, when all they really have to do is, 1, balance out the pay in the game, like put a $500,000 race on each track so that people can go and race more tracks. Welcome back, Goose. Like, I'm racing all these other tracks, but I wish I was getting paid $500,000 for, you know, these 10-lap races. And I wish some of them had weather and had raced at random times a day. And it doesn't take a whole lot to do that, you know. I mean, I can already do that myself with custom races, except in custom races don't pay you anything at all. So it discourages you from playing any of these custom races. Well, in Canada, the goose are violent. We have Canadian geese, you know, and they attack. We have Canadian attack geese. We do, man.
Haha.
Me too. They're fucking crazy. They hiss at you and shit. And they come out fucking all with their arms all wide open. And they try to bite you and stuff. It's hilarious. You ever kicked a goose? I don't know. But yeah.
They are my soldiers.
For real.
We are trying to rule the world.
Yeah. It was like Monty Python's Holy Grail where they had the killer bunny. And the fucking bunny kills everybody. Oh yeah. Killer rabbit. They got the Knights Templar trying to find the Holy Grail, and this fucking rabbit kills them all. You know, I'm sure you probably never watched any of the Monty Python fucking movies because they're old. You know, but they are funny. You know, if you've got that kind of sense of humor. Kind of a slapstick humor.
What is her dream car?
The car I'm driving here, this Pagani Huayra is a pretty fucking nice car, to be honest. It's got really cool aerodynamic tech, as it has, what do you call it, hydraulic, it has wings in the front and in the back that help you stay on the road. So in the front left and front right of the car, they've got these hydraulic wings which go up and down to increase downforce while you're making tight turns. And look at the interior on it, man. It's like a Swiss watch, you know, highly detailed. It's not all digital, right? I mean, it's just like jewelry. Like a beautiful interior, elegant exterior, mixed with very advanced high technology, beautiful performance. Yeah, like if I could afford one, I'd buy one.
Not gonna lie, it got overrated by kids.
Yeah. You know, overrated is a fucking Lamborghini. All these Lamborghinis that are, people get rich, the first thing they do is go and buy a Lamborghini. You know, I mean, I certainly like the Shelby Cobra too, right? Like the 1960s 427 Shelby Cobra is a beautiful car too, for a raw vehicle.
The starter pack for rich teenagers.
Yeah. Oh, what the hell? You know. But Lamborghinis are built to milk you the fuck out of money. Unfortunately, you know. They're overpriced. They're poorly built. And they require a shitload of maintenance. And they're not that fast either. I don't remember if Pagani was with Lamborghini. Yeah. I don't remember if Pagani worked with Lamborghini or Ferrari, but he worked with one of them anyways. And then he broke away, and that's when he made these vehicles. The Pagani Zonda and the Huayra.
It's Lamborghini.
Yeah, it is, eh? I crashed this thing a couple times. Yeah, I should have got another ticket. I should have got another daily ticket there. It's after 1 o'clock now, so probably have a prize sitting in the garage. Oh, see, I just destroyed that car. Beautiful car, but I just ruined it. I drove it really poorly in this race. Means I am getting tired. No, I guess I've been streaming almost 5 hours now. Well, I don't have anything to do for a couple days, so I mean, like, fuck it. You know. But I don't want to totally screw up my sleep schedule, where I'm sleeping all day and playing all night. On the other hand, you know, like, nighttime is the only time I can live stream because I'm using a projector and I can't see shit in the daytime. And I like the license plate on this car. Car's got a nice license plate. I think this was the first car that I won in the game. Did I win this car? Or I got an invite to buy this or something like that. Either I won it or I got an invite to buy it. I think I won this car. But I couldn't, it was like, you know, I couldn't drive it worth a damn when I bought it, or when I first got it. It took me a while to tune it. Once I wide-bodied it, all of a sudden, it got a lot better. Like, the handling was just really hard. Thing is, like, I don't, like, if I own that car in real life, I just, you know, I don't know how often I'd drive it. You know what I mean? Probably attracts so much attention. That's the thing about having nice things like that, you know, like, you end up with a bunch of fake friends, fake girlfriends, and everybody, you know, trying to hang out with you to elevate their own status. You make all these people jealous. You probably get robbed everywhere you fucking go driving something like this. You know? So it just ends up in your garage all the time. You know? Even my car, I mean, it's not even an expensive car, but because it's rare, people think it's expensive in real life, you know. I'm surprised how often I get complimented on it. we hit the 5-hour mark. I'm gonna probably shut her down. 5 hours is pretty much long enough live stream. And I probably said so much shit in this live stream that YouTube's gonna demonetize my fucking stream anyways. So yeah. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. No. Yeah, man, I've been streaming for 5 hours. See how bad my driving is? I must be tired by now. I'm literally fucking crashing my car. I like this map though. But you see, here's a great race, a great track, but there isn't a single race in here that pays you anything reasonably well. You know? It's just such a bummer, man. I wish this had a $500,000 race on it with weather and shit, you know? And it would be great.
Drunk by not being drunk.
Yeah, I'm not drunk. Well, I'm certainly, you know, a bit stoned. And I'm tired. Or I don't know if I'm stoned anymore. I think that shit's wore off, but that's why I'm tired. You know. That shit only lasts around 4 or 5 hours. And you build a tolerance to it, so the more often you do it, the less effective it is. No. It's interesting though, like I haven't done anything like this in 20 years, so. I notice I'm a lot more talkative compared to, like I'm more social with it. It was one of the reasons why I'm taking it. Just to help me to be more social. Because seriously, for pretty much 20 years, I've been just kind of by myself, staying inside, not talking to anybody in real life, not doing anything. Kind of like agoraphobia, what you call it, when people don't leave their house. It's not that I, had an issue with that. I just really had nowhere to go or nothing to do, right?
I got social anxiety.
Yeah, exactly. Same here. You know. I'm tired of walking down the street and everybody's bumming money off of me, asking me for a cigarette or, trying to be my buddy and they don't even know me. It's weird. It's like, what are you up to? You're always expecting somebody to try and scam you or rip you off or whatever, right? I certainly scratched this car up. But it's a nice looking car, man. From the inside out. Oh, look at that shit. Carbon fiber glove box. Suede leather dash. Well, it's a start. Believe it or not, YouTube doesn't pay fuck all. Seriously. Like, you get 100,000 views on a video, you'll make $100. And then they take 40% taxes, so you only make $60 on 100,000 views. So, you see somebody that gets 1 million views and you think, oh yeah, that guy's making money on YouTube. All they made is $1,000. And to get 1 million views, like to build up a subscriber base that'll get you 1 million views, that's like a shit ton of work, man. The amount of time invested in, keeping up to date with all the YouTube's constantly changing policies. You could be a fucking doctor, and make real money. Yeah. Oh yeah, I hear you, man. I'll occasionally make a video that'll get like 1,000 or 1,200 views on it. You know, I made a stupid video a couple weeks ago, you know, just about how to recharge electric vehicles, and it got 1,200 views in 2 days. And it was like, everybody already knew how to recharge electric vehicles, but they're like, what, is there some special trick to it? So they came and watched my video, and then I got a bunch of bad comments. But, you know, it was like, I was kind of laughing that the fucking thing got any views. I put zero effort into the video, too. Like, it was just, there's nothing about but electric cars going into the pit and being charged. That's it. It was the whole video. But I'll do a live stream, you know, I'll be lucky to get 100 views in a live stream nowadays. You know, some of my other live streams, I think the most views I got in one live stream was maybe 8,500 people in one live stream. But, you know, those days are kind of gone. I was just an asshole to people, man. I don't know. Yeah. It's on and off though, right? Like, I've been live streaming for 14 years. You know, people come and go. Video games, sometimes they're hot and everybody's interested, and sometimes they're not. Right? The video games are a short-lived type of investment. But for me, because I play the games anyways, this is something that I do anyways, so whether it gets views or not, it's something that I do. So whatever I get out of it, I'm happy with, you know? You know what I mean? Like, if I didn't live stream, I'd have got nothing. But every now and then, you know, I get a check from Google or deposit into my account from Google, and I see that, and it's like, yeah, fuck, man, Google pays me, man. I feel all good about it. You know, it happens. Once in a while. And you know what? Every now and then somebody puts $1 in the chat too, fuck. That's funny. Oh, I do have a ticket. Let's see what we won here.
Too poor for $1.
Tell me about it, man. I think everybody in this world is nowadays, man. Fuck. You know. YouTube takes half of it anyways. That's why YouTube will promote videos that get donations, because they get half of the donation money. Right? And then YouTube's like, oh, okay, if people are donating to that guy, then we'll just keep promoting his video, and that makes YouTube more money. But if nobody donates, then YouTube doesn't promote the video, you know, so it's just the way it is. You know. And I haven't live streamed for like a fucking year. I've only just started live streaming in the last 2 weeks. Live streaming again in the last 2 weeks. But where I was previously living, I had Starlink internet, and it was no good. It was literally no good for fucking live streaming. The upload speeds are just garbage with Starlink, so that's kind of how that worked. Well, the car sure looks nice. Like, if I had the fucking money, for sure I'd buy one of these, you know what I mean? But I wouldn't spend all my money on a car like this. Like, it would be like, if I had 100 million, yeah, I'd buy a car like this. You know?
I have no real-life friends.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised, man. Even when you think you have real-life friends, a lot of them are not your friends, man. There's a lot of things. There's a phrase called frenemies. You know, people that hang around with you, but really, you know, Yeah, tell me about it. I fucking thought, I had tons of friends per se, but they were all using me for money. When I was working before, it was my job. I made money for everybody, and so everybody was only my friend because I was making them fucking money all the time, right? So it just, when I realized that these people were all just using me, it just kind of pissed me right off. That was the first time I threw my cell phone in the lake. I'm like, fuck it. Got rid of all my friends. Because they were all fake, man. Same with girls,
Gold diggers.
Yeah, girls, they're after power. The first thing, the most important thing to a girl is power. The second thing is money. Third is looks, So when you're in a powerful position, girls will want you. And it was funny, I played the game. Like, I had this 5,000 square foot penthouse. I don't know if you know anything about sports. I'm not a big sports guy, but Wayne Gretzky, I guess, is a hockey player. It was his penthouse, and I was renting it, And so I put in these two gorgeous girls. They were 10s, right? Two gorgeous girls I rented the other two rooms in my penthouse out to. And they were friends of mine. I never, had an affair with them or anything. But when I went out, when I would go out to like nightclubs and shit, I would have these two gorgeous girls with me, right? And because I had these two gorgeous girls with me, all the other gorgeous girls wanted me, right? And that's just fucking the thing. So I scored all these really hot girls because I hung out with two really hot girls. And the two hot girls, they wanted me, but, I just kept a professional relationship with them because they also worked with me, and I don't interfere. I don't, date people I work with. So it's just kind of a rule. And, but it was beneficial to have these two gorgeous girls with me everywhere I fucking went. And, of course, taking limousines everywhere you go, too, was also nice. And that was the thing, right? They were with me for the lifestyle. They lived in this beautiful penthouse with me, and fucking, we'd go out to nightclubs, and I'd have these two gorgeous girls, and of course, if there was other gorgeous girls in the nightclubs, they all wanted me too, right? So it wasn't hard to fucking score or anything. So that's an old trick, man. You have two gorgeous girlfriends that you don't have a relationship with like that, but you go out with them all the time. And then, of course, other women will want you just because of that. So, yeah, that worked out really well for a while. Same thing when you're, having exotic girlfriends, like having a Russian supermodel for a girlfriend, that's another thing, right? Like, fuck, people just wow, you've got a Russian girlfriend, 'Cause some of those Russian girls are fucking amazing, dude. They're housewife material, dude. They cook for you, they clean the house, they put you to sleep with a back rub, they wake you up with a blowjob. Fucking amazing. I like Russian women, and they're homemakers, which is really fucking cool. And they'll have, their makeup tattooed on their face, so they look good all the time. Well, yeah, and you can get these Russian girlfriends, they'll marry you for citizenship, for fuck's sakes, Especially right now, you get yourself a Ukrainian girl for, no problem, because they want out of the Ukraine. And all the men over there are dead, so there's no men left in the Ukraine. You can get a Russian girlfriend and marry her, no problem. Easy peasy. It's kind of one of the good things about living this way, But I'm a fucking loner nowadays, man. I don't do shit anymore. I can't afford a fucking girlfriend anymore, man. I used to have money. I don't anymore, though. No more fucking money for me. I got just barely enough to get by. Just fucking surviving nowadays. I'm not living. I don't know. Like, I like the dog that I have. I'm not really sure what she is. She looks like a husky Rottweiler, but I think she's also in the top 20 rarest dogs in the world. I just forgot what breed she is.
She/he.
Girl dog. Yeah, I didn't really want a boy dog. The boy dogs are usually more aggressive. They tear your house apart. And, you know, dogs will often want to sleep in the bed with you. And, like, boy dogs are always trying to hump everything. So, I went for a girl dog. Yeah. Just kind of, yeah. Girl dogs are better. But, you know, I would consider getting, like, an exotic cat. It would have to be a big fucking cat, like a mountain lion or a cougar. I'd be interested in something like that. Something independent. Where if I died, I'm pretty sure the cat wouldn't have any trouble taking care of itself. That kind of thing. There's a Shelby Cobra. This fucking car is pretty awesome. But it don't have no fucking power windows or airbags or none of that shit. I like the livery that I found for this, though. I like the livery on it. Somebody put some work into this livery. Got the Cobra fucking scales in the paint, so I thought was pretty cool.
What is the best practical car?
For, I don't know. Practical kind of more depends on the individual's needs, right? But SUVs in general are pretty practical vehicles in terms of, you know, being able to carry some cargo, passengers, managing, you know, all sorts of weather conditions. Well, you know, I mean, it depends on where you live too, right? Like, I live in, you know, mountainous ski road, you know, icy mountain roads with snow, so all-wheel drive is important. You know, I move around a lot, so having some cargo space to put my luggage and shit in it is important. But at the end of the day, I mean, fuck, my SUV was costing me $250 every time I went to a gas station, and that just started pissing me off. So I sold my SUV and got a hybrid. So yeah, I do. That's why I want to get a camera for my glasses. So I get a little teeny camera, and it'll clip onto the side of my glasses. And I'll plug that into my cell phone, and then I'll be able to live stream when I'm walking around and driving my car. And then I can take people with me when I'm cruising around in the real world. And then I'll be some weirdo talking to himself all the time. You know? Yeah. I mean, this is back when Lamborghini actually made real car. This is the last real Lamborghini that was made. The Diablo. Everything that came out after this car, they're fucking cheap-ass Lamborghinis. This is a real Lamborghini.
True.
still a beautiful car too, you know, like fuck. I don't know how old this is, like 30 years old? This is a 1980s Lamborghini. I think that's when, yeah, maybe 1990s. You know, and you can buy one of these now cheap as fuck. You can get one of these things for like 30 grand, which is crazy. Same thing though, not that high tech.
The graphics are good.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the replay graphics in this game are 4K with ray tracing, but the driving graphics are only 1080p, which is kind of funny. I mean, this is a pretty awesome looking car as well. And this actually exists in real life. You know. I don't know if they sell these or they just have a couple of prototypes of it. But it's a single passenger car again. The downside about single passenger cars is you can't show off so much with it. You know. It's not like you can pick up chicks with this thing if there's only one seat. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, you can pick up chicks, but, you know, you have to call them a taxi. Follow me. You know? It does look pretty sick, though. I like the design of it. I do not like the Bugattis for some reason. I think the Bugattis just kind of, I don't know, their styling and everything just, I don't know. Not really, doesn't really do much for me. People just see them as expensive cars, so they're like, oh yeah, that's awesome, you know. This is a nice classic car as well. I like the sound of the engine in this thing. Too bad you can't change the color of the interiors of any of the Gran Turismo vehicles. You know. Another thing that pisses me off about this game is that you have to buy a rear wing for the vehicle when it already has a rear wing, but you have to buy one if you want to adjust the downforce in the back, which is just dumb. So now, like, 90% of all your cars have the same fucking rear wing on the back, you know? Which is just lame. You know? They were so lazy when they made this game, you know? And they only sold copies out of reputation, you know? And that's the other funny thing is, like, these are the same tracks that have been in this game for 25 fucking years. Like, people have been playing this game, you know, for 25 years, and we're all racing the same fucking tracks for 25 years. It's just insane.
I am a one Frank fan.
F1? Yeah. I haven't done any F1 races in this game. I just don't have the I don't have the reaction times for it for some reason. I just have really lousy fucking reaction time. Oops. But I got all the F1 cars. I just have really, I suck at driving them. I mean, they did a pretty good job though, like, in terms of, you know, detailed interiors of what the cars actually are. Okay. Well, this is a $500,000 car in real life. Ceramic brakes. Just to change the fucking brakes on this car is like 30 grand. You know. This is just garbage. This is bullshit. I think it's even more than that. Maybe like 100 grand to change the fucking brakes. 50 or something like that. Which is just ridiculous. It's like a friend of mine's got a Range Rover. To change the brakes on his Range Rover costs $5,000. I'm like, fuck, you know.
This exact car in India was in a crash.
Yeah. Then there's all these VGT cars, you know. These cars don't even exist. But Gran Turismo doesn't have to pay any royalties out for these cars. You know. But they are pretty cool. Like, there's one thing that really caught me was like these digital heads-up displays that they have in the dash. You know, I thought a lot of that was kind of cool. It was unique. I think this is the only racing game on PlayStation that has VR as well, which is also a big thing.
Okay, I found this on the web for what is the only racing game on
I haven't
PlayStation
bought it.
that has VR as well.
Oh,
Check
what
it
the
out.
fuck? Is that Siri talking to me? You know, what are you doing listening to me, Siri? I didn't ask for your fucking opinion.
That's not nice.
Yeah, go away. The fuck? I thought this was muted. It is muted. Fucking Siri.
Who was that?
Oh, it's Siri. Listening to me. She's still listening to me. Go away. Piss off, Siri. She's still there. Fuck. I guess it thought I said its name, right? So then it just fucking started talking to me. It's my computer. Shit. So this car, I bought this car today for the bargain price of $20 million.
Don't say Alexa, what is my location?
Yeah, right. Right, I saw that on YouTube. Yeah. Or on Facebook or whatever that was. But yeah, I spent $20 million on this car and it's not that good. I was kind of disappointed. It may be not that good because I wide-bodied it and increased the rigidity.
The donation was me, hyphen.
Okay. Yeah, man. I spent $20 million on this car, and I've raced it a couple times. Well, I won the races, but you know, it didn't perform as well as I expected for $20 million. The other McLaren is a much better car. The which one is it? The this one over here, the F1.
Better.
Yeah. This McLaren here is worth buying. Like this one here, fucking it's like glued to the road. You know, you can power it through turns with full throttle and it just sticks there. It's pretty awesome. Definitely a good car. And it's good on gas too. The gas mileage is good. This is one of my favorite cars. But, you know, another VGT. I don't know about...
One franc cars.
Want to see the F1 cars? I think I won this one. You win this one for something. I don't remember what it was. And this is the highest performance points. But I don't like that bar in the middle. It's always in your way when you're driving. This has the highest performance points, I think. 942? I don't know about that. Maybe there's another one. I've got all of them, wherever they are. Well, all my F1 cars go.
It's called the Halo and it protected lots of legendary racers.
Yeah, for sure. I know. It's just visually in the way. Yeah. Yeah. Where the hell they all go, man? I've got all of them. Am I on? Yeah, it's on all cars. Where's this one?
The old 911.
They got lots of Porsches. What's this one's performance points? 931. Oops. You think that's a livery I must have put on it? This car is actually a fucking hoot to drive, though. I don't know if you've got this one. This thing is just a fucking... It's fun. It's like a little go-kart, but it hauls ass. A Honda go-kart. Like that Jack Daniels go-kart. Yeah. But it does, man. It totally hauls ass, man. It's a fucking screamer. I got the Jack Daniels fucking livery for it.
They forgot to put the car shell.
It's not much of a car, really. You crash that thing, you're dead. This one's also a lot of fun to drive. Another Honda. Yeah. Yeah, fuck, man, I gotta go to bed. I'm fucking tired. Just checking out all my little rides here. The CLK here is also a really good car to have in the game. That one. The Mercedes. And then there's this thing. There's only one of these ever built. Only one of these in the world.
Show me the Swift, please.
The Swift? What the hell is it? This is like usually in first place in a lot of races.
Yep, he crashed for real.
I've had a couple of these. I just keep winning them. And you just go sell them. This car sounds pretty sick when you're driving it.
I wish I had Oreos now.
Yeah, my dog and I ate all the cookies that we had in the house. And here's a $20 million car that was actually kind of worth buying, but I don't really drive it that much. I don't know, it doesn't really look that great, but some people think it does.
The GTR from the movie.
This Willis Jeep is fucking ridiculous. It's like a $30,000 car. Well, you wide body it and then you do an engine swap on it, and it's just a beast. It just goes fucking cruising down the road. Doesn't have very good handling, but it's fast as hell. No.
BMW are not comfortable at the back.
I did buy a BMW around here somewhere. I don't know where the hell it went. This one, the Z4. I bought this one recently. I think I only drove it once. I mean, it wasn't that great for, what is it, a GR3 or something? It was okay, but not really a top performer. Still a relatively nice looking car, though. BMW always had pretty cool looking headlights.
She is beautiful.
Yeah. Well, these things are pretty fun to drive too, though. Well, you know. Doesn't look like much of a car, but I think that's an English car.
This is realistic than real life.
Yeah. Well, it's a real car. They actually make this thing in real life. You know. One thing I liked about Gran Turismo, though, is that you could usually find your own cars that you personally own in real life. You know, and you could pimp them out. But so far, I don't think there isn't a single car in this game that I actually have owned in real life. I'm like, what the hell? You know? Kind of a bummer. I bought a lot of the legendary cars, really. But I have a playlist of all the legendary cars on my channel. And then as they change over in Gran Turismo, I update the playlist. So like the first 10 cars of the playlist is typically what's available on the for sale in Gran Turismo on that particular day. You know, but occasionally I'll miss a day, like if I'm moving or I'm not home or whatever. But most of the time I've got it updated. But the way they have this in Gran Turismo too is like the guys in Australia.
Steering wheels look so much good.
In Australia, like gets the updates to the game 24 hours before I do. So, you know, and typically because it's all time zone based. So I'm kind of, I guess, late when it comes to updating my playlist in terms of when they change over the cars. But still a cool playlist. You know, there's like 70 cars or something, all 1 minute videos. You know, I had people that were subscribing just for the playlist. But all it takes is missing a fucking update once, and then poof. Yeah.
Show me Tesla.
Tesla? What the hell is it? Yeah, we probably already passed it. They're not really that exciting, you know? But, I mean, there's lots of people have them. I can find it. I probably passed it, maybe. Yeah, I passed it somewhere. Somewhere. Where the hell is my Tesla? I know I have it because I bought it as part of a video somewhere. I passed it again, I think. Maybe I painted it. I thought my Tesla was white. It might be a different color. There it is. There's a couple of them. There's two of them. There's the S signature and the 3 performance. It's always funny when you see somebody trying to put gas in one of these things. Yeah, no. There's so many videos.
Perfectly terrible.
Yeah, there's so many fucking videos on YouTube of fucking rich people trying to put gas in their Tesla. And there's so many people that have generators, you know, in the trunk of their Tesla when they put gas in the generator so they can charge the car. I don't know. I still think hybrid's better than all electric. I know. But obviously, like, cars that run on water is really the way to go. But they've got this other shit now where they're trying to do cars on pressurized gas, hydrogen. They're hydrogen gas cars, which is also bullshit.
Thank God Mustang didn't make it electric.
I think they almost did. You know? I think there was something about a Mustang coming out in electric. And my car in real life's a hybrid. So, you know, it could use a better battery pack, but that I can, you know, if I had $5,000 that I want to spend on a new battery, you know, because my car is like 14 years old or 13 years old, so it's got old battery tech. But if I put a current, up-to-date battery in it, the car would fucking be way better. The neat thing about hybrid is that the engine in your car will last longer because it doesn't have to work as hard. So the electric motor kicks in, giving you extra torque. They don't actually have it in this game. Well, you can go online and just go into YouTube and type in Honda CRZ and find a pearl white one with 18-inch rims, lowered.
In Discord.
Yeah. I don't know if I even have a picture of it. I don't have any good pictures of it. He had a couple pictures of when I bought it that were from the dealership, but I don't have any good pictures of it anywhere. I mean, it still looks good considering how old the car is. Like, you know, I think it's because of how rare it is. There's just not very many of them out there. Honda only made them, I think, for 3-4 years, and they didn't sell very many. So, like in where I live, in the province of British Columbia, I think there's only 2 or 3 in the whole province, and there's like, whatever, something like 2 million cars, 3 million cars here, and there's only like 2 or 3 of mine. I go to the Honda dealership, and all the Honda guys are all like, "Fuck, I've never even seen one in real life." They're telling me, you know, seriously, like that. When I got my suspension tuned, I took it into the Honda dealership for that, and got some brakes done, and they were like, they wanted to buy the car off of me just so they could have it in the showroom, you know. Well, because all the guys that have never seen one in real life, they're all telling me, you know. So that was kind of weird, you know. The Honda dealership, they've never even seen one. They've seen pictures of them, but they haven't actually seen one. And I let the guy who tuned my suspension test the car out and let him drive it. I was to take it around the test course, you know, hit a couple potholes, make sure the wheels aren't hitting the car or anything, you know. And he had like the specialty tools for the aftermarket K-tune suspension stuff. So that was the other issue. It was really hard to find anybody that could fucking do anything with the car because nobody had the specialty tools.
Now I really want to see it.
Yeah, they don't have one in here. But yeah, mine's got like 18-inch rims on it, low profile tires, and it's lowered a little bit. Give you a little bit better handling. Got the cold air intake, aftermarket muffler, so it kind of makes the fucking beastie sound when you run the RPMs, which I rarely ever hear because I got the fucking stereo blasting all the time. But I turn the stereo off when I race up the mountain just to listen to the car. You kind of tell how high your RPMs are without having to look at your speedo, just from the sound of it. And my dog... No, hell no, man. You're kidding? My fucking tires cost $2,000. I don't want to waste my tires. I don't, you know, I do by mistake sometimes, you know, but yeah. But no. Tires are not cheap. Because I live like on mountain roads, I had to buy like proper snow tires, right? So they're really grippy, but that's also really soft rubber. So yeah, you can wreck your tires pretty quick with that. Like if I'm putting around in the city to avoid doing burnouts, I just put it in economy mode and just drive it casually. But when I get out onto the windy mountain roads, then I'll put it in sport mode and have some fun with it. Hope I don't hit a fucking deer or something. Like, I couldn't replace the car. Like, you know, whoever had it before me, they did all this aftermarket shit to it, right? And it's not cheap. Fuck, just to change the fog lights on Just to change the fucking fog lights cost $1,000, which just pissed me right off. But I went and I shopped around. I found I could just pull the insert out of the fog lights from a Honda Civic, and they're actually the same fucking light and bulb and shit. You know, it's just the housing that was different. So, yeah. Which is why it cost me like $80 to get new fog lights that way. Otherwise, you know, to buy the whole kit for the fog lights was $1,000. But they just bone you on everything because of it being a rare car. So unlike Hondas in general, they're cheap to maintain. This one costs a little bit extra. I see a lot of these driving around. But like, fuck. I just, you know, the fucking gas on one of these things is a bitch. I saw a guy trying to sell a bus online.
Buy a $1,000 car, new wheels, it costs more than the car.
Yeah. Well, the rims and rubber on my car alone probably work out to about $3,000 or so. Probably $3,500. The 18-inch rims. And low-profile snow tires, that's not easy to get. Because, you know, snow tires don't usually come low-profile. Well, that's why they cost so much.
What is the time out there?
Right now, it is 2 o'clock in the morning, man. I'm thinking to myself, what am I still doing awake here?
Goddamn.
Yeah, I've been streaming for 6 hours. Almost. I'm not racing anymore, I'm too tired. I just don't mind chilling, looking at my cars. I know, my dog's passed out. You know.
It's 6 hours.
Yeah, I think I've been on for 6 hours. If I get too long, YouTube won't let me fucking put my video up. It'll just disappear into the dust. It'll just vanish in the YouTube library of videos. You know, they do that. Any video that I have that goes over 12 hours, it just disappears. And it no longer ends up on my playlist or anything. But I used to do 20, 30-hour live streams before. I used to sit and play the Crew 2 for like, you know, I play the Crew 2 for like 20, 30 hours at a time sometimes. I used to get right into that game. I had a lot of fun with it. I think I've got...
68 hour.
Yeah, my longest was 54. You know, and it crashed after, you know, it never ended up getting posted again. Just vanished on my shit. You can buy these now. These are cheap. You can buy these things for under 10 grand. I like the older one though.
68-hour stream in an iPad.
Crazy. I've done live streams where I don't even go in them. I go into Grand Theft Auto and I turn on, what's it called, Weasel News. And it just automatically flips through other players in the game. And then people would just log into my live stream and they'd watch other people play. Literally, you know. And they'd all chat amongst each other. And I'd be sleeping. And I'd wake up and there'd be donations and shit. You know. It was funny. I tried to live stream 24 hours a day, so like when I would go to sleep, I would set it up so that there'd be something there for people to watch, even if I wasn't in the live stream myself.
Money glitch.
Kind of. But no, like, you know, you go into Grand Theft Auto and you watch the television in your apartment on Weasel News, and it lets you watch other players, and then you just live stream that. And it would usually default to whoever's got the highest wanted level. It's kind of how that worked. The only reason you're hearing any music too is because for whatever reason the headphones that I'm using. Yeah, I should. These headphones I'm using though, it bleeds the music into the live stream. If I use different headphones, you don't hear any music. I'm not actually adding the music into the video. It's just the headphones I'm using suck. But I used to get all these copyright strikes and I couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on, right? Because I would listen to Spotify. So instead I downloaded the YouTube's fucking music that was copyright free. And I listened to that instead. The only way I don't get copyright strikes is by listening to the YouTube fucking music. This is one of the best electric cars that you can get because it has the best mileage. So you can, you don't have to pit it as often. I didn't make a video on which was the best electric cars or anything.
Play British rap be like full video.
I can't play any music that isn't copyright free without getting demonetized. You know, which is another issue with Grand Theft Auto. When you change lobbies, it'll play all the audio from everybody in the lobby for a couple seconds, and that's all it takes, and your whole video gets fucking copyright strike. There's always one guy that's fucking listening to music on his fucking Grand Theft Auto, blasting it in the mic.
Then play Love Me Again remix.
These are some specialty vehicles they have. Terrible on gas though. Cool looking cars though.
What is the best place to visit?
For what?
For fun?
I don't know. Like if you're rich, Dubai is pretty good. Like, you gotta be rich though. I mean, even rich people aren't rich in Dubai. When people go over there, they'll buy a Lamborghini and they'll just use it for a week and then they'll throw it out. They leave them behind. There's all these exotic cars that are just dumped in Dubai. And they'll arrest you and throw you in jail if you miss a fucking payment or something like that, you know? Some weird ass looking car.
They dumped the car to get broken down by the flood.
Yeah. Well, there is though. There's like Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis that are all just abandoned vehicles there, you know? You know, there's one thing that did really good in this game, though, is fucking, you know, duplicating what the cars really do look like, though. I think they use like a 3D scanner or something on the cars. A lot of these cars though, like I had to buy just to complete menus. At the end of the day, I really don't know which cars are really any good anymore. I can't really remember much.
They showed in the movie and they use our scanner shits.
Yeah. I never even seen the movie. I think they really pushed that hard, though. Like, you know, that's why I didn't even bother watching it, because of how hard they were pushing the movie. You know. They've used this game for too much other shit. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't really invest much into the game itself. You know. Once the game was out, they invested money into VR, then they invested money into VGT vehicle prototypes. You know, then they invested into the movie, but they ended up neglecting the game itself.
The road is small, so it can fit one car, and the footpath big, and still PPL fucking use the road to walk.
Yeah.
You should go to sleep, my man.
Yeah, I should. It's been 6 hours now, so it is time to fucking shut her down before my video gets dissolved in the YouTube history. Well, thanks for liking the video if you did. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Even I am starving to death right now.
Yeah. Alright, dude. Have a good night, man.